God further down tells us was a black dog represented by a black bull whose hide denoted his black skin.
Here's the picture that he showed on the screen. It's a deity El, the god El. Pay attention to the crown or the headdress, if you will. This is a picture from the front of the same statue, a little closer, and a little bit from the side here. Now, this headdress is actually the Atef crown. If you go on Webster's online dictionary, that's what it says. Atef is the specific feathered white crown of the Egyptian deity Osiris. It combines the head jet, the crown of Upper Egypt, with red ostrich feather for the Osiris cult. The Atef crown identifies Osiris in ancient Egyptian painting. If you go to Webster's dictionary, Merriam-Webster, it says Atef, hold on, a tall crown with a long feather on each side, shown in the art of ancient Upper Egypt as worn by Osiris. Okay? Here you can see Osar or Osiris with the Atef crown. This is from the papyrus of Nebket. It's actually in the Louvre Museum, and you can see me filming that papyrus on the video entitled Reality Check. Why black people ain't going nowhere, but you might as well put Afro Style Reality Check, it's gonna come up. And in here it's also from the Louvre Museum. You have Osiris in the middle with the Atef crown, and the description for it, if you go on the website of the Louvre Museum and you type Royal and Divine Triad, you can do a search and you will see they mention that he is actually wearing the Atef crown. Now finally you can compare the crowns. Okay, first you have the god of the Arabized Negroes, which first is El, but somehow some way becomes Allah, but that's up to y'all, that's up to the doctor. And then you have the one that I showed you, Osiris. Then again from the front compared with another statue of Osiris, and then finally the same statue from another angle.
Biblical King's Seal discovered in dump site. This is the royal seal of the King Hezekiah, and here we have an ankh. And finally, last but not least, you need to see it to believe it. The God of the Bible, El, slept in his own dung and urine. This is Ugaritic Narrative Poetry, page 195. And we also have this book here, the Masria in the Prophetic Literature, where it clearly says that El floundered in his own feces and urine. Microphone check 1 2. Hotep Senuhena Senuti Itiran Ishakandugu Kemet. This video is not monetized. The title is Tyre Nichols killed by FBA police officers, in parentheses, foundational Black Americans. You have the picture of Tyre Nichols after he was beaten by foundational Black American police officers. Here they are. Oh, hold on. Here they are. I'm gonna have to close some other stuff. So they're not changing. Close this one too, right? So what's this other one? The chat is open for everybody. This video, like I said, this video is not being monetized. Have those police officers been charged? I read that they were relieved of their duties. They have been charged. And it didn't take long this time. Some people killed several individuals. And it took months, up to over a year, for the people involved to get charged. We have that master who wrote, "Greetings, Brother Shaka, peace and love," about to hit the like. This is disgusting and disgraceful. And it's unfortunate. But we're going to see some strange behavior coming from those FBA individuals, those who are officially FBA and those who support that FBA narrative. You can imagine if those police officers had some foreign background and they would have done this to a FBA individual. But here we have what appears to be FBA police officers who killed an FBA individual. And just yesterday, we realized that some people started putting videos online to try to put heat on Brother Sekou, because he said that in Africa, just like in America, black people have no power. So what are they going to do now? Let's witness the hypocrisy. What is Tariq Nasheed going to say now? I'm curious. We're going to see. We'll see how far they go. We'll see if there's going to be some Alex Jones people with the Alex Jones mentality try to say that this is some kind of hoax to create some sort of separation or to break down the FBA movement. I mean, on the real, if they take the time and energy to share some video excerpt of Sekou to misrepresent what Sekou says, Sekou has always been down for black people worldwide. But we have some hating old dudes, lame, weak. They didn't find anything better because they got moonwalked on live on the air. So they figured, okay, let's make the African brother Sekou look bad. We told him to get back to Africa. He didn't. So now we're going to make him look bad. So they took the time and energy to share that video of Brother Sekou talking about power. But here we have a man who was killed and the tape has been released. So what are they going to say? What are they going to do? And you heard me say not long ago, and many people have said it before, us kin folks and kin folks. What I'm predicting is that those FBA people and Tariq Nasheed and them, they're not going to talk about this. They're going to look for something else to talk about. The videos are out. For allegedly driving recklessly. They beat him so badly. They literally beat that man to death. Yes. Look at your FBA police officers. What is the procedure? What is the reaction from FBA when an FBA person kills another FBA person? And we're talking about police officers. We're not talking about gangbangers. We're talking about people who are supposed to serve and protect. If they would have done that to a white person, trust me, white people would have reacted. So some black people are not happy because somebody said that there's no power for black folks. Well, show us the power now. Show us now. Show us. What you gonna do? Tariq Nasheed, what are you gonna do? You gonna come up with a new haircut? Or you're gonna make more videos disrespecting migrants, disrespecting Haitians, disrespecting Caribbeans, disrespecting Africans, Nigerians, and what have you? Is that what you're gonna do? Willie D, what are you gonna say now? Huh? Those are not Nigerian police officers, is it? It's not your fault. It's not their fault. The people that are named, it's not their fault. They're not responsible for that. And they will surely be appalled at that. I'm talking about the narrative, the anti-foreigner, the anti-African narrative. To say, oh, your Africans gonna have to stop talking about our stuff. Like somebody says, oh, African Americans are gonna have to stop talking about our stuff. The xenophobia. I've not read that article yet. I scrolled through it. I'm going to share the link in the chat as usual. Some people is gonna put up that conspiracy stuff. This is Forbes, Forbes.com. When it's time to talk about the richest people in America or in the world, Forbes is reliable. But for this, maybe it will not be reliable. They might say the Mossad runs Forbes. That master wrote, I'm from the Caribbean, but I always identify as African. Some people are different. You take a Chinese person, he grows in America, he has children in America, grandchildren in America. You ain't gonna hear him say, oh, I'm not Chinese, I'm American. Oh, no, we're not the same, we're different. If you look at our phenotype, our eyes, our eyes are less light, less thin than theirs. You know what I'm saying? We Caucasoids, Asians. We Caucasoids, Chinese, not the same. We don't have the same phenotype. We don't even speak the same language. If you check our DNA and the genetics, man. Marcus Garvey, Dr. Ben, Ivan Van Sertima. I mean, the list is so long. Dr. Shekanta Diop. Everybody's calling Diop when it suits them. 1974, Cairo Symposium, Cairo Conference. 1974, Shekanta Diop. Oh, you talk to your people, I speak to my people. You have no standing in this community. That article was published yesterday at 10:37 p.m. EST. Today is Saturday, January 28th. In France, it is 10:37. So in New York, it's about 4 a.m. if I'm not mistaken. Five black Memphis cops upheld institutional and cultural racism in Tyre Nichols' murder. The contributor to the article is called Sean Harper. If it's not a black dude, it's going to be problematic. Oh, what a coincidence. It is a black dude. They're going to look him up. They're going to wonder, is he FBA? There is Sean Harper. They're going to say, oh, they're using other FBA against us. Now, so far, on Foundational Black Americans website, you have a lot of merchandise being for sale. I haven't heard about any legal action, any political move towards reparations. I heard the talking points. And I heard a lot of anti-African, anti-migrants, anti-Caribbean talk. But I haven't seen anything about how we're going to go about reparations. But there's a lot of things for sale, right? And everybody has a right to sell. It's all good. It's all good. I'm just saying. It's been a minute. It's been a minute. Non, 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 Mérode. Va à côté là. Tu peux pas venir me déranger là. Mets-toi à côté, Mérode. Memphis Police Department officers Tadarius Bean, Demetrius Haley, Emmett Martin III, Desmond Mills Jr., and Justin Smith. The five former Memphis police officers have been charged with second-degree murder and other crimes in the arrest and death of Tyre Nichols. Tyre Nichols, a black motorist who died 3 days after a confrontation with the officers during a traffic stop. Records showed Thursday, January 26, 2023. Memphis Police Department via AP, that stands for Associated Press, if I'm not mistaken. From the moment they pulled him over for what they claim was reckless driving, 5 Memphis police officers met Tyre Nichols with excessive force and disregard for his black life. The city of Memphis released video footage, and you have a clickable link there. Well, a link is clickable by definition, but anyway, of the cops slamming Nichols to the ground, kicking him in the head, punching him in the face, striking him with a baton, drenching him with pepper spray, tasing him, and cursing him out. It's horrific, downright despicable. Nichols was approximately 80 yards from his home as he screamed repeatedly for his mom. He was unarmed. The 29-year-old black man died 3 days after being so violently beaten. And just yesterday, we talked about some people who attack police officers with knives, and they're alive to tell the story. Non-FBA people have attacked non-FBA police officers, and they are alive to tell their story. This man was unarmed. The 29-year-old black man died 3 days after being so violently beaten. Reggie! People say that you pull out that video to put Seti in, not Seti, to put Sekou in the hot seat. What are you going to say now, Elder? Those police officers apparently have some standing in the community. All the officers who killed Nichols are black. Derek Chauvin, the Minneapolis police officer who murdered Judge George Floyd in 2020, is white. The Floyd tragedy forced a long overdue grappling with racism in policing. Protests ensued all across the United States and around the world. You know, I ain't gonna even read that stuff, man. I ain't even gonna read that stuff, man. I ain't gonna read that stuff. I read enough. Now, Just for the record. officialfba.com. I'm going to share the link. Foundational Black Americans. Welcome to the Foundational Black Americans cultural site. All right. So scroll down. Oh, we have the book here. $45. Okay. We have an FBA Nation maroon flag. We have the American flag as well. We can see what they are repping. So the flag, the maroon flag is for sale. I mean the shirt with the maroon flag. We have a Dr. Wesleyan t-shirt for sale. I don't see anything about reparations there. We have a bandana as well, you know, $14.99. We have the large FBA flag, $24.99. I don't see anything about reparations. We have the mini flag here. You know, this you can put it in your car, $9.99. Now here we have a FBA 2020 conference video available for streaming now. That's for sale also. The price doesn't appear. Let me click on it. You can rent it for 15 euros, which is about the same as $1. And you can buy it for 16 euros. You know, and just so that people can see I'm not making it up, it has opened in a new window. There it is. Foundational Black American Conference 2020. Rent. Now it's in French, obviously, because you know I'm located in France. So louer means rent, you know, 1521 euros. It's a 48-hour streaming period, so you have to hurry. And acheter means buy, 1690. You can stream it or buy it at any time. So it's a 4-hour and 27 minutes documentary. All right. Now let's go back to the website. Let's see what's up for reparation. Oh, we have a t-shirt, FBA t-shirt here. The price doesn't appear. I'm clicking on it. It's $26. $26. And this way, I'm showing you when it opens in a new window, that's what you have. $26 for the t-shirt. All right. You see here, FBA flag cotton crew tee, right? So FBA flag meaning, all right. Okay. Who is foundational Black American and who is not? Oh, okay, all right. Hold on. Okay. A foundational Black American is any person classified as Black who can trace their bloodline lineage back to the American system of slavery. To be designated as FBA, at least one parent must come from a non-immigrant background in the United States of America. It's funny that we have people who are not, I mean, who obviously came from Africa, were brought there. You know, when there was a Haitian revolution, they stated that any person that set foot on Haiti, he is free automatically. But we'll have some people who set tripping and doing separation, not even based on ethnicity. But everybody have the right to do what they want to do. So somebody who can trace their bloodline lineage back to the American system of slavery, I've read that actually. So to be designated as FBA, at least one parent must come from a non-immigrant background in the United States of America. If a person's mature, now you seen how they did the breakdown about who's FBA and who's not. But when it comes to reparation, we don't have anything yet. You know, we'll see what's next on the website. If a person's matrilineal and patrilineal lineage traces back to slavery in the Caribbean, then they are not considered a foundational Black American. I mean, that's quite interesting, because some people in the conscious community, they say that people from the Caribbean, they're part of us. You know what I'm saying? You know, see, I don't want to say somebody's name. I don't want to put him on the spot like that. But when he asked me where I was from, I said Haiti. He said, "Oh, you're one of us." But Sekou is not one of us, according to him and others. Now, maybe I did not read properly. If a person's matrilineal and patrilineal lineage traces back to slavery in the Caribbean, then they are not considered a foundational Black American. Just yesterday, somebody left a comment in the chat saying that, even in the Caribbean, in Mexico, and South America, then they are FBA. Isn't that what somebody wrote yesterday? So is that person going to holler at Tariq and say, "Hey, what's going on?" So we were put inside of boats, slave ships, carried over to the Americas. Some were dropped here, others were dropped there. So you have people who are like family members, obviously. So one is dropped in the Caribbean, one and the other one, his brother is dropped in America. All of a sudden, they're not the same. Separation based on what? Based on where you were dropped, based on luck, based on coincidence. How does a person trace their lineage back to American slavery? The process of determining if you are a descendant of foundational Black American survivors of the American slave trade is relatively easy. 5 years after formal slavery was abolished in America, the U.S. government provided detailed information about the foundational Black American population for the first time. The 1870 census provided the first detailed accounting of the Black population, and if a person can trace their lineage to the 1870 census, they are most likely a descendant of foundational Black Americans who were enslaved. The 1900 census is also a good verification resource. Because of the influx of immigrants to the U.S. at the time, the 1900 census have even more detailed information, which includes race, citizenship, nativity, meaning the birthplace of a person's parents. This type of information is important when foundational Black Americans present a reparations claim. Because every potential beneficiary should be able to provide plausible and legitimate documentation about their lineage. You know how many people are rolling with Tariq Nasheed in his documentary series? And there are so many clips, so many videos and audios of Tariq Nasheed disrespecting Africans and Caribbeans heavily. But just like when Reggie goes wild, we don't hear the elders. When Tariq Nasheed is disrespecting, and he used to disrespect people, followers of Kemet and Ma'at. He's the main one to coin that term Hotep N-word that luckily we don't hear anymore, but it lasted for a good while, just like Egyptomaniacs lasted for about 2 years until the female cat crushed himself out of fear. We didn't hear the elders, did we? What is the status of people with half FBA and half immigrant lineage? If you are a person classified as Black who has one parent from an immigrant background and another parent who can be traced to the American slave plantation, then you are considered a foundational Black American still. Have you seen the movie? Have you seen the movie Goodbye Uncle Tom? If you haven't seen that movie, I recommend that you watch it. Goodbye Uncle Tom. It's a movie about slavery. It makes Roots look like an episode of the Jefferson. Goodbye Uncle Tom makes Roots look like an episode of the Jeffersons. And there was a scene, and I know some of you have seen that movie, Goodbye Uncle Tom. There was a scene when you have the Africans, the enslaved Africans who just arrived, and we see one African who was there for a while, dressed like the Europeans, lighting his cigar, smiling, being happy. And his master calls him. He doesn't hear his master. He's lighting his cigar. His master slaps him. These shows, look, man, no matter how you dress, how you act, you are the same as them. There is a very important caveat with this designation. An FBA individual whose non-FBA parent parental lineage comes from a person who immigrated to the United States after 1970 should not be considered or looked upon as a representative or spokesperson for serious political, social, economic, or judicial issues that affect foundational Black Americans collectively. The only exception to this rule is if the half FBA individual has a verified track record of loyalty and tangible contributions to the betterment of financial Black Americans on a grassroots level. The reason this rule applies to half FBA people whose immigrant lineage came to the US after 1970 is because the African and Caribbean immigrants before that time frame had a different collective disposition in relation to FBA. Now, let me just show you how weak those FBA people are. How hypocrites, how much of hypocrites they are, how hypocritical they are. Weak, weak, weak FBA people. Weak, weak, weak. Because when some FBA person teaches that Black people are cursed, marked, and disfigured, they don't have anything to say. They agree with that. They support that. You see?
So Shabazz was not permitted to stay in that area, so he took his family into the jungle of East Asia, which we now call Africa, to make a people close to nature. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, this is the origin of kinky hair, because we didn't have kinky hair prior to that. The hair on our head was like the hair on our eyebrows. The hair on your eyebrows straight, the hair on your head is not the same as the hair on your eyebrow. But the hair of every other people is the same as their eyebrow. Your eyebrow straight, your hair something different. Wouldn't you like the hair on your head to be as straight as the hair on your eyebrow? That's why you're so busy frying it. That's why you're so busy pulling it. Because your nature tells you that the kink I mean, you know, with I'm black and I'm proud, we got to learn to be proud of kinks. Because most of your family of other black people on the earth, jet black. They didn't have no broad nose and thick lips and kinky hair. They were dark-skinned people, jet black, but they had straight hair, a thinner lip, a thinner nose. But we are marked as a different kind of black person. And we were rejected and despised, not only from the circle of the gods, but we were despised and rejected by all the other dark people of the earth. This is why today black people with kinky hair and broad nose and thick lips are rejected in every society. I want you to hear me well tonight. Yes, sir. Why are we rejected? Because the essence of beauty is in obedience and submission to God. And the essence of ugliness is when you rebel against God. And when you rebel against God, in your rebellion, you are marked with a certain mark of your rebellion, which is the disfigurement of your internal self, which manifests in the disfigurement of your external self. And this is why when you look at our people, wherever we are found on the earth, you find us either disfiguring ourselves physically because we are disfigured on the inside because of rebellion.
Willie D took offense at Acon. Tariq Nasheed took offense at Acon. Acon saying that Africans perform better. Right? You have the right to take issues at that. There's competition. I'm offended. He says they are dancing better than us. They are performing better than us. I'm offended. The nerve of him. Now here you heard one of your FBA leader explaining how black people are mocked, cursed, disfigured, the essence of ugliness. Bunch of hypocrites. You are weak, brothers. You are weak, brothers. You are weak, brothers. What do you have to say about this here? If you are offended about Achan saying, well, Willie D said that he was offended at Achan's view regarding recitals, right? I've played the video. He said he was offended because he never missed any of the children's recital. Now, maybe it's a different word that was used, you know. I'm going from the dome. This is not scripted. So, Willie D, how come you're going to be offended? Because Achan says that, you know, the recital stuff is like some white people stuff and all that. But then somebody says that you are marked, disfigured, ugly, and you're not offended? Where's the logic here, brother Willie D? Where's the logic? Please explain it to me. Please explain it to me. Tariq Nasheed, where's the logic of you being offended about what Achan says about dancing better, performing better, but somebody says that you are marked, disfigured, and ugly, and you are not offended? Where is the logic here? I mean, I'm missing something there. Are you guys going to tell me, well, you're not from America, so you can't understand? Where is the logic? Where is the logic? Look at this, Achan. Look at what he said. Looking down on us. Dance better. It's because of us that, you know, he made it. And here's a guy saying, mark, disfigured, the essence of ugliness. You don't have anything to say. The cautious community elders who are obviously absent, you know. Now, I was told that Brother Jeffries, Professor Leonard Jeffries, I read somebody said that he's in a comment that he's at a hospital currently. So no, all my best wishes, you know. I wasn't aware of that. I hope he heals soon, you know. And we have to appreciate the giants that we have among us while they are alive, you see. But there are many so-called elders. There are many elders. We don't hear them speak. What do we stand for? Reggie was part of ASCAC. Reggie talks about all the elders that he's been close to over the years. And for all these years, Reggie, to tell somebody that's from Africa, you have no standing in our community. You are nobody. You are an outsider. You talk to your people, I talk to my people. And none of the elders say anything. You know, silence is a form of consent. I must be tripping, right? I must be tripping. They took offense. Brother Willie D, Brother Tariq Nasheed took offense of what Achan said. If we compare what Achan said with what Louis Farrakhan said, oh my goodness, there is a dichotomy. We've played what Farrakhan said about Africans. Now, Farrakhan said that natural hair is a disease carrier and a disease catcher. They're not offended. How strange. Brothers, you are weak. You are weak. Brothers, you are weak. I don't have any hate towards you. But on this one, you know you are weak. You know it. You're not going to address it, are you? No, you're not going to address it. You are not going to address it. We're not even talking about Malcolm X. That's the FBI, that's the CIA, that's the government, that's the agents, even though Farrakhan is on tape saying that members of the Nation of Islam were involved in the assassination of Malcolm X. Killer Mark cries when he has Farrakhan in front of him. Move around. But what about being marked, disfigured, and the essence of ugliness? Killer Mark is outspoken. I like his music. I like his music. I think he's a great artist. But even if you don't care about what he said about Africans, their lesson says that Africans are not civilized, that Africans are living a jungle life. Okay, let's say you don't care. They're talking about black folks when they said the natural hair is a disease carrier and a disease catcher. Louis Farrakhan was talking about black people when he said that we are marked, disfigured, the essence of ugliness, and all the things that you've heard. And this is something from God, so this is divine. Why are we rejected? Why aren't they speaking out? This hypocrisy is just it's weird. Am I asking you to insult somebody? Am I asking you to fight somebody? No. But be fair. No, let it be fair game. Let it be fair. All that smoke for Akon that they are trying to do now with Sekou. I've seen all the videos floating. I've seen all these videos floating. Oh, the nerve of Akon. Can you believe Akon said the Africans perform better than us? Oh, I'm offended. I'm offended. Haven't you heard what Louis Farrakhan said? Mark disfigured the essence of ugliness. You're not offended anymore. Strange. Strange. Let me continue. I didn't sleep when I heard what Akon said. I lost sleep. Oh my goodness. I couldn't sleep ever since. I need to see a psychiatrist. He said that Africans perform better than us. The nerve of him. We are marked as a different kind of people. The disfigurement in your internal self, which manifests in the disfigurement in your external self. I haven't heard anything. I'm not offended. I feel good. Yeah, go on, FBA. Let's go, FBA. Let's go. I haven't heard anything. No, I haven't heard. What is it? Oh, it's out of context. This reminiscence is out of context, brother. It's out of context. You're an agent. You're going against our leader. You're going against our black pope. No, he didn't say that. What he said was, if you listen carefully, so Shabazz took his family out of this area and went to the jungles of East Asia that we now call Africa. Africa is the jungles of East Asia. This is Elijah Muhammad's teachings, by the way. Some people are going to say, well, he was stripping. That was a long time ago. That was 1992. Well, guess what? The teachings come from 1930. Oh, I didn't hear anything. What are you talking about? What? No, I don't know what you're talking about. No, that's out of context. No, you're an agent. No, don't you work for the Mossad? You must be an agent. You must show me your passport. What's your nationality? Oh, you're not FBA? You can't talk about our stuff. I'm not offended. Life-giving teachings. Supreme wisdom. Ugly, marked, disfigured, the essence of ugliness. Even the guy who tortured a black woman, you're celebrating him and celebrating his holiday, which is a plagiarism of Hanukkah. Cultural appropriation. Every time a white person does something that black people used to do, it's cultural appropriation. But plagiarizing a Jewish holiday and giving it a different name, because obviously you cannot give it the same name, and put in red, black, and green, that's acceptable. Torturing black women, that's acceptable. Possibly raping them, that's acceptable. Dale Jones says that bottles were inserted in their vagina. Legally, that's rape. That's acceptable. Other dudes molesting children, molesting babies. For those who don't know, what did Dale Jones say?
We haven't brought closure to Karinga. We let him build a holiday. The same one who set up Black Panthers in ambushes at UCLA and other places. The same one who tortured his wife and another woman brutally, sticking bottles in their vagina, using electrical shocks. And the FBI saved him.
What did John Henry Clark say? What did John Henry Clark say? What did John Henry Clark say about Karenga? I'll share the link in the chat.
He has not atoned to the community for his attempt to destroy the Panther movement. He has not atoned for being a police informer. He has not atoned for the way he treated black women. And look now, the women he mistreated and mutilated were dark in complexion, The women in his harem are light in complexion. The number one woman is a Mexican with what seemed to be an Afro wig.
Police informant. His wife is not black, but they get a pass. They're FBA apparently. You know, some people get a pass every now and then. You know. Now, other people who touch on babies, but they are FBA, so it's okay.
Since I've been a part of this conscious community, sexual misconduct has been condemned and vilified almost unanimously. We saw the rise and fall of Dr. York. We had Hebrew Israelite, the brother by the name of Mighty Hebrew. He was convicted, I think, twice for sexual behavior against minors. He was widely condemned by the Hebrew Israelite community, but apparently forgiven by the Israelites, because I see him all over the place right now on everybody's channel. Another brother by the name of Nazi Yashavel, another Israelite, also involved in sexual misconduct with a minor. We have no idea where this brother is, but he's been sheltered somewhere by an Israelite group.
Now, the person who you heard speaking, we nickname him Trackfield, but he's known as Garfield Reed. That's not his government name, that's his social media name. He authored a book about Hebrew Israelites, and he stated live on air publicly that those FBA people have touched on babies, and one of them convicted twice. They have not criticized him, but they criticized Sekou. Reggie did not criticize the people who touch on babies. FBAs apparently don't have a problem with people touching on babies. Right? 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 Oh, that's his personal life. Oh, I'm not into his personal life. I'm not into his private life. Oh, that's personal, brother. I haven't heard Reggie criticizing people who touch on babies. I haven't heard Garfield criticizing people who touch on babies. As a matter of fact, they're cool. They're buddies. They're friends. They are buddies. They are comrades. They're cool. They call each other. Look, he's talking about you. The only exception to this rule is if the half FBA individual has a verified, okay, I read that sentence. The reason this rule applies to half FBA people whose immigrant lineage came to the US after 1970. So, you know, you have people being discriminated against, or there's some separation being made based on geographic location, based on where you were born, which is something that's luck. You don't choose where you were born, but also time period, date after 1970, you know. So they have decided, okay, after that date, but you know, hey, to each his own, you know, that's the way they get down. It is because the African and Caribbean immigrants before that time frame had a different collective disposition in relation to FBA. The Immigration Act of 1965 was a law that foundational Black Americans fought for in order to help Black people from Africa and the Caribbean to come to the US and assist FBA as reinforcement against systematic white supremacy. This was because the few Black people who were able to immigrate to the US before 1965 acted as strong allies to foundational Black Americans. During the Jim Crow era in America, African and Caribbean immigrants did not have their own segregated enclaves apart from FBA. In order for them to thrive, they had to have unity with foundational Black Americans and get on code. Oh, on code. People touching on babies, you don't say jack about it. That's being on code. On code is whatever suits you. Whatever suits you. We've heard Tyre Nichols talking about Umar Johnson, you know. Apparently that's being on code, and I'm not a supporter of Umar Johnson. You know, it took him over 10 years for him to come up with that school, and still to this day it's not even ready. There's always something. The electricity, the HVAC, the permit, there's always something, you know. But some people are gullible. That's FBA. So let's be gullible and let's continue to support, you know. And remember, the conscious stripper, that was the nickname that they gave her, is because of her that Brother Umar Johnson did not get the millions of dollars that a basketball player or athlete was supposed to give him. Put her on the spot. That's her fault. You know. So, in order for them to thrive, they had to have unity with foundational black Americans and get on code with them against the common enemy, which was slash is white supremacy. Because of their track record of loyalty and dedication to the fight against white supremacy during this era, many black immigrants and half FBA activists became respected spokespersons for foundational black Americans. People like Jamaican immigrants Marcus Garvey and half FBA Malcolm X, whose father was FBA and mother was from Canada, became icons to FBA. After 1970, things changed. J. Edgar Hoover's FBI COINTELPRO agenda was in full swing at this time, targeting and neutralizing black organizations in any forms of black solidarity with other empowerment-minded individuals. This was also the time when a large group of African and Caribbean immigrants were being allowed to come to the U.S. The government would come up with ways to use some immigrants groups as buffers against foundational black Americans. The U.S. government didn't intend on allowing under the Marcus Garvey or Stokely Carmichael type of immigrants to come among FBA society. Starting in the 1970s, the U.S. government implemented a benign neglect policy against foundational black Americans while they began to prioritize allocating tangible resources to immigrant groups. Consequently, this incentivized many individuals from immigrant backgrounds to collaborate with white supremacists and sabotage progress for FBA. We don't have any examples, but it's easy to make claims. The danger of dual allegiances. Historically, there have been two types of half FBA individuals. In general sense, one, loyalists to their FBA lineage and heritage. Two, anchored theders who view FBA society as a group to exploit and ultimately replace. For those who don't know, theders is a term that Tyre Nichols uses on a regular basis to refer to non-FBA, non-foundational black Americans, to Africans, Caribbeans, anybody that's non-FBA. Some people say that the term theders was used in the movie Us by Jordan Peele, who is FBA also. Soon you're going to have to give only FBA references, even with scholarship. Is it an FBA source? Who knows? FBA has to currently be skeptical about certain half FBA people who want to act as spokesperson for FBA collectively. If a person has dual allegiances to different ethnic groups and cultures, it's difficult. Now, dual ethnic groups, okay. Well, we'll talk about it some other time, It's difficult to determine if they will look out for, can you imagine a Chinese person who is in China and he goes to America, he has children in America. So is he going to have a different ethnic group? His children, will they have a different ethnic group? Picture a Chinese man. He has one child. Let's say he has two children in China. Then he goes to America and he has two children. How long will it take for the two children born in America to no longer have the same ethnic groups as the one who are born in China? How long will it take? So if someone is from Africa and taken to the Americas, how long will it take for the family members to have different ethnic groups? How will this magic appear or happen, and how long will it take? Is it automatically after 1970? Is it after 10 years? Is it after 20 years? This is biology. This is anthropology. And I'm just wondering, how long does it take for people to no longer have the same ethnic group? It's difficult to determine if they will look out for the best interests of FBA. Like touching on babies that you guys don't say anything about. Like saying that we are marked, disfigured, and ugly. Like torturing black women, inserting objects in the vagina. That's the best interest of FBA. Even full FBA, who has a history of prioritizing other groups, religions, and sexual intersectionality over the best interests of foundational black Americans, must be viewed with reservation. Have you heard about the Hanafi murders? There's about 2 books about it. Nation of Islam members decimated the family, killed men, women, and children. Because the head of the household, who was Karim Abdul Jabbar's imam, disagreed with Elijah Muhammad. And MCs act like they don't know. People say no woman, no children. They shot a woman point blank in the head. They killed babies. They drowned the infants, the toddlers. They killed children, but the babies, they drowned them. They didn't want to shoot them. That's their way of showing humanity. Nobody talks about this. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. But oh my God, Sekou, say we have no power. Oh, have you heard what Akon said? Now that was way back. They might play that card. Oh, that was back in the days. Okay, well now we have FBA police officers who killed a FBA 29-year-old black man. I wonder what they're going to say. Farrakhan did not recant his statement. That's the doctrine. That's the teaching of the Nation of Islam. That's the teaching of FBAs. Mark disfigured and ugly, the essence of ugliness. And we have all these elders, all these scholars, PhDs or not, holders of master's degree, holders of bachelor's degree, who don't say anything about that. That is swept under the rug. But say, cool, oh, I'm offended. I lost sleep over it. Akon, oh my, dance better than us, perform better than us on stage. The nerve of Akon. We are marked disfigured in the essence of ugliness. We are ugly. That doesn't offend me. But to say that they dance better than us, I'm offended. Do you realize how ridiculous you sound, brothers? Now you have the right to be FBA. But the whole world is watching right now. You don't want to be cool with Africans, okay? But don't act like you're offended because somebody says that Africans dance better than you on stage, and somebody says that you are marked disfigured and ugly, and that doesn't offend you. You know, stop the hypocrisy. Oh my God. Stop freaking lying. In almost all native and aboriginal societies, when the people allowed outsiders, outsiders. Reggie told Sekou, you an outsider. Do you know the metadata? Who's your elders? Which scholars do you know? Mero, descends. Descends, je t'ai dit. Descends, je t'ai dit, Mero. Descends. That's the end of the article here. In almost all native and aboriginal societies, when the people allowed outsiders with dual allegiances to other nations or ethnic groups to act as their representatives, this ultimately caused the decline of their societies. This happened in the 16th century when Portuguese colonizers called Lacandos married into royal West African families. The mixed race offspring of these unions, who were elevated to powerful positions, often sided with the Europeans' side of their lineage to ultimately undermine African society and help facilitate the transatlantic slave trade. So no, people talked about some people's family members, you know what I'm saying? But I ain't saying anything. People know what's up, just talking points, We didn't have any examples though for that part there, did we? That part there. What is the status of people with half FBA and half immigrant lineage? But it's okay. Let's continue. The same thing happened to many Native American tribes who allowed European colonizers to intermarry into their groups and become representatives for them. This was the beginning of the decline of their societies. In modern times, the white establishment deliberately elevates non-FBA or anchored tethers to act as spokespersons and leaders for national Black Americans, and the result of this practice has been devastating for FBA. For FBA, sorry. For this reason, foundational Black Americans should only consider other qualified full FBA representatives to act as spokespersons for the collective interests of the ethnic group. Now, Stokely Carmichael, let's look him up. He changed his name to Sekou Touré, didn't he? Let's have a look. No, not Sekou Touré, my bad. Kwame Touré. Kwame Touré, born Stokely, Standiford Church, Carmichael, was a prominent organizer in the civil rights movement. Oh, okay, well, they're going to exclude him because he was born in Trinidad. He grew up in the United States from the age 11, you know. So they might exclude him. Might say, well, he was an FBA, you know. But he relocated to Africa, didn't he? Didn't he? Didn't he? Didn't he marry that singer who sang Pata Pata? But can you imagine when he moved to America, if they would have told him, oh, no, you can't speak, you can't, you know? Now, let's see, where did he transition? He was treated in Cuba. You see? You might need to put the full screen mode, but it says in 1968 he married Miriam Makeba, a noted singer from South Africa. They left the US for Guinea. So that's Guinea Conakry, right? So can you imagine if they would have said, no, 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 you're from America, you can't be a representative, you don't speak for us, you have no standing in this community. But anyway, that's about it here. Copyright 2022. We are in 2023, but it's okay. Many websites like that. Foundational Black Americans, all rights reserved. Where's the link for the reparations? Did I miss something? Where is the link? Can somebody just post it in the chat? I must have missed it. Where's the menu? Here you have message stuff. You see? But where's the link? Where's the plan for reparations? That's the main talk, isn't it? You know, Trackfield, you know, he talked about he received a couple of $1 million. So he must have told people, look, we're going to make this paper, and people are motivated. So it looks like he's motivating you by telling you that, you know, we're going to get our reparations. But where's the plan for the reparations? I see all this stuff for sale, you know, and we wear clothing. So, you know, why not, you know, buy clothes from our kin folks? But dang, some of you will be sad, man. All right. That's in a nutshell what I wanted to say. And let me go through the comments. Damasa wrote that Tariq can't do doo-doo. Dolly Williams wrote that it is insane. I think I read that comment earlier. I'm from the Caribbean, but I always identify as African. We have Arafat Up wrote, bonjour, my brother. Bonjour. He added, let's see how quickly they get sent to jail in contrary to white officers. Yeah, all FBA and the new black media is in silence. Nobody is talking about this era. Blue lives doesn't matter anymore. I can't believe these rogue cops. Let's see how much power will keep them out of jail like the white police officers. The video is out all over the place, yes. But when it's a white officer, they don't release the video footage. You wonder why? Well, they do release it. They might not release it so quick, you know. But wrong is wrong. Wrong is wrong. Exactly. But we noticed that this time they were charged quick. The video was released quick. Then brag about at the end, camera was still rolling. Well, you know what? Hold on. I saw the video title, but I did not listen to the video. Sometimes, you know, I avoid some videos because I know it's going to trigger me. This is from the Independent YouTube channel, 560,000 subscribers. I'm going to put the title and the link in the chat. Now we'll share the video. They were offended by what Akon said regarding outperforming, dancing better, maybe singing better, I think they will be offended at what happened there. So you see the title here? Tyre Nichols, police officer, laughs and smokes cigarette in disturbing body cam.
Bro, my shit been hurting all day, but when I seen that boy running, bro, that motherfucker ain't start hurting no more, bro. Yes, bro. Bro. Camera's on. Come motherfucker over here. That motherfucker. He hot. He hot as a mother. Man, I was hitting him with spray haymakers, dog. Man, come on, man. I'm watching him, though. He was rocking, but you like, yeah. You eating him, bro. Baby was rocking. I jumped in and started rocking. What the f? Man, I'm telling you, bro. I'm like, bro, what the f? Like that, it's my shit on fire. Huh? My damn lips on fire. I don't even care. There's a whole lot trying to tell you. Look right here. Camera's on somewhere. I seen that boy running, bro. That motherfucker ain't start hurting no more, bro. Yes, bro. Bro. Camera's on somewhere. Come on, fuck over here. That motherfucker. He hot. He hot as a mother. Man, I was hitting him with spray haymakers, dog.
Yeah, I wanted to hear if you use the word dog. Yeah, I was hitting him with straight haymakers, dog. Some people are going to say, well, you know what I'm saying? If you look at the etymology of haymaker, blah, 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 blah. How do you define haymaker? You know, you have a lot of people, you talk to them. Those people who live in science fiction world, you know, who want to break down their European belief system and act like, you know, doing the cultural appropriation again. How do you define this? Terms that we know, we speak the same language, but they want to be slick and buy time. Well, how do you find this? How do you define religion? How do you define God? Reggie hit a new law. I'm sorry. Reggie hit a new law. Marcus Thomas, aka Tariq, is a grifter. I don't know what grifter means. He got a stream platform charging nearly $10 a month to watch misinformation. Hey, it's not an obligation. People can do what they want. But many of the people of the conscious community, scholars, you know, they've been, you know, collaborating with dude. So sometimes it's a bit strange, you know. He said you need only one parent. But the Caribbeans are people of the Americas. Well, I've read the FBA website, and it was clear. It was clear. So, you know, people can say what they want, but something might be to the point where, well, you know, time is rough now because of the war in Ukraine. You know, the price of, you know, livestock is high, so we're gonna put that on hold and we're gonna move to something else, and we're gonna find out how we're gonna survive with this dire situation. I mean, some people just, you know, they don't peep game. They don't peep game. When there was a rally, I think it was Washington D.C. Wasn't the main talk reparations? On the website, we don't even see any reparation part. So if it was there, I missed it. So when I finish going through the comments, please send me the link where we see the plan for reparations. People are triggered. Oh, reparation, we're going to get ours. Oh, there's non-FBI, they ain't going to get it. Well, every time we try to get ours, so they want to get it, they want to. All right. On the website, we've seen the merchandise, but I didn't see anything for reparations. But the energy to disrespect all the time, the live stream to disrespect Africans. So often you see, oh, he's dissing that African, he's checking that migrants, that Caribbeans. There's a lot of time and energy. He made a documentary about the Haitian Revolution. How many Haitians has he disrespected? Just because of where they are from. He used to like to say, oh, you fled your country. The same slave owner had plantations in America and the Caribbean. Eric Bond is in the place to be. That line is for Tariq's wife because her mother-in-law is European. She's mixed. That movie traumatized me. He's talking about Goodbye, Uncle Tom. Akimbo Jenko, aka Cash God, wrote, the funny thing is Tariq Crapsheed is so quiet about this situation. I didn't know the term Crapsheed. Oh, he's making a wordplay. Okay. Well, we're going to see, but I think he's going to address it. I think he's going to address it. It would be very strange if he doesn't address it, because the footage was just released. And we know how the social media goes. But who knows, he might just, address Sekou. If we didn't have that stuff, he would have probably addressed Sekou. But, some people like to diversion. What is not convenient, we're not going to talk about it. I mean, you heard those FBA brothers, oh, you guys are romanticizing Kemet. Since when have we romanticized Kemet? We talk about the records that we have. You have people scamming, touching on babies, lying about the credentials, and we are the one romanticizing. Those are talking points, man. Those are talking points. I mean, there's no order. It's madness. This is blasphemy. This is madness. We need some order. It's just chaos. It's everything goes. Mark disfigured the essence of ugliness. They accept that. Touching on babies, they accept that too. Shabaka wrote, one love, peace, power, unity, and Pan-Africanism. Professor Black Truth, Fear, etc., all in science. I don't know Black Truth. V. Bennett is in the place to be. Arafat wrote, I thought Farrakhan was smarter than this. Hermetic hypothesis. This is where he gets this from. No matter where he gets it from, he spoke about it publicly. Publicly. And it's on tape, and they sold the lecture. Shabaka wrote, Tariq Nasheed is an unfunny joke. Rain Falling Sons wrote, Black Americans think they own the American continent. Jamaicans are North Central Americans. Bajans are East Americans. If he Bennett wrote, all these can be broken down. The meanwhile, I don't get the sentence here. Actually, Muslim prominent scholars pushed this ideology in the beginning. It's all over Islamic literature. Sidewalk wrote, I wish everyone would make the conscious choice to not be so easily offended. That will actually display some grit, some character. Well, who was so offended? Willie D. Tariq Nasheed was so offended. Oh my goodness, Akon said that Africans outperform us. They perform better than us. It's there. Yet when Louis Farrakhan says that black people are marked, disfigured, the essence of ugliness, the disfigurement of your internal self, which manifests in the disfigurement of your external self. They're no longer offended now. Double standard, crazy. Double standard level, bananas. Bananas. Know what I'm saying? Ben Yeshurun wrote, Reste fort, frère. That's French for stay strong, brother. We have people from all around. We need to unite with our own people first. I feel connected to the black people here in the Americas who's had similar history. I don't feel any emotions towards the continental Africans. Well, hey, at least you're upfront about it. You know what I'm saying? At least you're upfront about it. I don't agree with that, but hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. It's better to say this rather than say, oh, they don't care about us. They look down on us. That's how you feel. But the continental Africans are the same people. It was a matter of coincidence, of circumstances. Some people snatch from Africa and take it to the Americas. So the same people you don't feel any emotions towards They might, I mean, obviously, some of them share your same family tree, but it is what it is, you know. FBA should have been uniting as a group, then building bridges with black people in the Caribbean and rest of the Americas, but they see themselves as different from us. And that's why all the NY leaders straighten their hair. FBA is just a hate group, point blank. Point blank. The entire black Americans don't even relate with these internet gangsters. Aziva Peace Road, there's no such thing as FBA, really. I mean, FBA is a what? 2020 creation? Some people love innovation. You know, some people just like new stuff. Chewbacca wrote the FBA is embarrassing to black people in the United States. Forever Good wrote, y'all fall for the distraction every time. The question is, what are they doing while you're obsessed with this scripted narrative? Now, I don't know who you're talking about when you say y'all fall for the distraction every time, but please elaborate. Are you trying to say that this is a distraction and we are wrong for addressing that? You know, but the mark disfigured and ugly, that's a distraction as well. I mean, it's a teaching and it's from God. It's because we rebel against God. It sounds like a talking point, but maybe there's a misunderstanding. Feel free. And people have the right to disagree with me. It's fine. You know, I think I will open the line just to see who wants to holler. And then, I got some reading to do, The Immigration Act ain't got nothing to do with black Americans or even African immigrants. And here we have my brother from Florida, who is Afimi Wonaun. Shaka on every time. The FBA is some selfish and money hungry Negropeans. Mediocrity standard. Now, I don't know what I was saying here, but obviously that had people laughing. Even JJ is here. The champ is here looking for the naysayer. I talked about you yesterday, brother JJ 7000. I was telling people that I was happy that you are out of jail. And I was telling people that it's such a coincidence that out of all of the books that you could have read while detained, you happen to read the Peret M. Heru, the book of coming forth by dead, which is misnomer, the book of the dead. So it looks like you're coming along. You're going to come home soon. I mean, Chief X. Chief X has been very vocal against people who follow Kemet. But when we were on with Jabari, and I think I have hold on, I think I have it somewhere. Okay, well, I'm going to share the video. I thought I had it in my clips, but I'm going to share the video. Check who was there. We were surprised. We were so surprised. Brother was moved. It was like that. It was like, yo, hold on, I gotta say something before I go, man. I'm Chief X, the God best reincarnated, the Egyptian God is the baddest. It was stronger than him. He couldn't help it. Don't fight it, brothers. Come home. Come home. Now here I'm sharing the link in the chat. And now I'm going to play the video. I'm going to open the line. So you see the title is Chief X is now Kemetic. Jabari performed a miracle. That was 3 weeks ago. See, 585 views. Let's play it.
Hold on one second. I just want to get out here and say thanks for having me on. And I said I'm still Chief X, the God Best reincarnated. And I just want to let everybody know the God Best is the greatest Egyptian deity that ever lived. The God Best will whoop all their butts.
I wanted
That's
to
okay.
best, by the way. Wait, I have to ask Chief X. Chief X, is that you?
Yes, sir. Who's that?
You
Come on,
you challenged me that Egyptians were not black.
I remember when you was on the right side of history.
Let me just say black. I had a debate with you. What thing?
Jabari just performed a miracle.
I'm still chief reincarnated. I came back.
Actually, it looks like Chief X is having a live stream now. Hold on, I have to go back.
I'm still chief reincarnated.
No,
I
the video
came
was
back.
underneath mine. But for the record, I want to share the video of the full live stream, because for those who would take the time to have a look at it. Hold on. Which one was it? Oh, I think it was Burial of the Dagger Squad.
Of Alexandria.
Yes. So I'm sharing the link here. We had Mr. Vegas, international superstar, dancehall legend. He came in place to be. But he's not FBA, so some people might not check him out. Here, you have the link in the chat. The video is entitled Burial of Garfield's Dagger Squad, featuring Jabari Osase and Mr. Vegas. You see? Now, if you take the time to watch this video, before Chief X said what you heard, Chief X has been very critical of people who follow Kemet. You know, the terms like Egyptomaniacs and romanticizing and cultural appropriation, all this was used, because you have all this non-black people, who are hating on Dr. Diop, hating on Dr. Obenga, and many other scholars who earn their credentials. But I'm telling you, if you have a look at this video, before Chief X said what we played, he was like, you can see that something was moving him. Like and say, oh, before I go, and you heard, I'm Chief X of God, best reincarnated, baddest Egyptian God, blah blah blah. You heard it. You heard it. But anyway, hold on. Where was I? So we have Decent Travel. Shabaka wrote, African people worldwide I'm sorry. African people worldwide are, I'm going to manage. African people worldwide are our brothers and sisters. JJ said that I made that up. What did I make up? You said on Chris MVP Harris live stream that you read the Book of the Dead, the misnomer, but that's what you said. Didn't you say that, brother? But you can get on the panel. Let me share the link now anyway. So hold on. Link to get on the panel. Amaso is saying, welcome back. Shabaka says, goodbye, Uncle Tom was a very good movie. Saneda wants you and I to match up in the first round of the championship tournament. Do you accept? Oh, brother, there's levels to this. Kemet don't get no reparation, rookie. I don't understand that message. Shaka, we got unfinished business, rookie. Rookie? I'm a rookie now. Now, I still haven't heard about the Black Hittites. You're on tape saying that one of your buddy talked about Black Hittites. You know what I'm saying? So it looks like we have unfinished business. This is your claim, not my claim. It's you, brother. It's you. African people worldwide are the same people in the same boat singing the same song. I told Frankie, you, Saneda, find me another opponent. This guy's scared of JJ Sentence. Oh, I told Frankie you run. Okay, well, hey, I can live with that. I can live with that. Man, send the link, French, and stop running. Now he's talking about, French. There we go, set tripping again. But I've shared the link for those who don't know. It's in the chat, V. Bennett, how do you define power, Lord? Man, you talking to yourself, shaking my head. Open up the damn panel, man. Man, don't. I mean, I've shared. Look, for those that wonder, here, that's the link to get on the panel. Just for the record, because people are like, oh, Shaka was scared. He was terrified. Shaka was scared. He never put the link. No. You might have connection issues. You might be looking for that source for the Black Hittites. The power might have went off. Yahweh maybe cut the power off. Or El. Or is it Elohim? Or is it Adonai? Or is it El Shaddai? El is probably drinking again. Getting so drunk that he falls in his feces and urine. So he has to, get a bath or something. That's not me. That's a Ugaritic text. Scholars talked about this. So I was totally offended by the way those brothers disrespected Brother Sekou. Mikelev wrote, JJ, Shaka will never debate you, family. No disrespect. You are nowhere near his level, King. I didn't say it. I read the comment. Shabaka says, JJ, Shaka don't need to debate you. You are the champion of nothing but bubbles. Spin Barrel says, welcome home, JJ. Mikelev wrote, Goodbye Uncle Tom was not a movie but a documentary done by two Italian cats who were banded from the Americans ever since. Banned from the Americans? Maybe banned from the Americas. But yes, it was made by two Italians. There was some controversy. They made a documentary, something about Kenya, maybe the Mau Mau, but something about some people in Africa, and it was labeled as racist. And some people say, well, that's why they made Goodbye Uncle Tom, or blah, blah, blah. But, you can say it was a documentary, but to me, it's a movie. Movie, documentary, movie, whatever of the terms. No matter what it is, I recommend that you watch it, brothers and sisters. You should find it online. Back then, I had it streaming on my website, but it's no longer there. As a matter of fact, when I had it streaming on my website, and the address is right here, the website was no longer accessible because there was no more bandwidth, because back then you had the bandwidth limit. Now I don't think there's any more bandwidth limit. My website, that was 18 years ago. In April, it will be 19 years ago. So it wasn't the same as it is now, you see. So indeed, it makes Goodbye Uncle Tom makes Roots look like Sesame Street. And for those who wonder how it is spelled, because some people might say this guy is not FBA. I don't understand his accent. I don't understand when he speaks. Boom. Goodbye Uncle Tom. Now I'm about to finish the comments. If nobody gets on the panel, I'm going to wrap this up. You know what I'm saying? And people can see that it would be unjustified for people to say, oh, he ran, he didn't want it. You know what I'm saying? I shared the link a while ago. Mikelev wrote correction movie/documentary. No problem. Just a matter of terminology or semantics. The FBA own and control nothing in America. They're not gonna like you, Shabaka. They're not gonna like you. They're not gonna like you. The FBA want to be the house and words of America. Stephen Pascal wrote Peace Shaka. Amin Carl wrote Peace Shaka, watching from the Netherlands. Hey, that's what's up. That's what's up. Eric B wrote watch Tariq Nasheed is going to consciously imply that these cops were black immigrants. They're gonna look them up. They're gonna look them up, but it's gonna be very, very, very unlikely that all of those 5 cops happen to be migrants or descendants of migrants. They're gonna look them up quick. Oh yes, they will. They will. Because Tariq Nasheed did a stream, and he talked about all those people in entertainment. He talked about media takeout, the guy being Nigerian. He talked about another person in the media, and she's from Haiti. Then he talked about another person. I mean, he made a rundown. If you listen to him, you think like everybody that's running media that has influence in the media is non-FBA, But anything that sells, anything that attracts followers, you see, you come with some narrative, and people agree with it. They're down with you. They support you. They send you donation. You have merchandise. They buy it, and you keep going. His DVDs, many people have said that he used to do Kickstarters. Basically, people used to found the documentaries, the hidden color series, and then he will sell them. You know, I mean, usually if you ask for the nation to come up with a documentary, once you have the money that you ask for, then you should release the documentary. But it's not an obligation. He's free to do however he wants, you know. But people have been founding the hidden color series, you know. So he's a good hustler, you know, more power to him. He came a long way, you know. He was like a, you know, gangster type of dude, you know. He lived the life in the street, you know what I'm saying? He um upgraded his game. He's clearly intelligent, well spoken. Great advice is about relationships. When I knew about him, it was about the relationships, you know. And I purchased some of his books, you know. Play or Be Played is a great book for females. Ladies, it's a great book. Play or Be Played, you know. Great advice on relationships. But then, a bit like Trackfield was doing credit repair, scamming people and all that. I mean, he's accused of scamming, but you know. Then some people want to do. Non, mais je suis occupé là. Some people want to do reconversions. And looks like Tyre Nichols say, "Oh, yeah, there's money to be made here in this conscious circle." So he went right in. And some people are good with marketing, you know. And early on, he was onto that, you know, a lot of Moorish influence. I mean, you can tell his name, you can tell his affinities, but a lot of, you know, Moorish stuff, sovereignty, blah blah blah. You know what I'm saying? Mais Ruth, je suis occupé là. On va manger après. Tu vois, je t'ai déjà donné. On va manger après. OG's Fishroom wrote. Fais attention. Good morning, family. I know what GM means now. I'm stepping my game up. Eric B. wrote the movie Go by Uncle Tom was banned in America back in the 70s. It was illegal to have it. I'm not surprised they banned it. You know, once again, it makes Roots look like the Jeffersons or Good Times or whatever. I don't know the name of all the programs, you know. Shabaka wrote, to say we are cursed by God is self-hate and crazy. It is self-hate. But Tariq Nasheed will not address it, will he? Willie D will not address it, will he? Dr. Ma'at, who is inviting a minister of the Nation of Islam, will not address it, will it? Ask Dr. Ma'at, what do you think about Farrakhan teaching that we are marked, cursed, and disfigured? Because obviously she doesn't care about somebody torturing black women and possibly raping them and plagiarizing a Jewish holiday, Hanukkah, and presenting it as a black holiday because she invited Kurenga on her platform. So that seems to be clear. But ask her, ask Reggie, ask Unc. Hey. Okay.
Allô, bonjour Maria, c'est mamie.
I mean, what right with you? The funny thing, I thought I was on mute. It's a good thing I checked. Baby girl had a message from her grandmother, so. On va manger, mais autres. On va manger, Mirut, on va manger. Tu vas pas prendre de gâteau. You're about to have lunch. She wants to have a cake. All right. Okay. So it's funny how JJ was acting like, share the link, share the link, share the link, and the link has been shared. It's not there. So here, Eric B says that FBA stands for foolish black a-holes. Shabaka wrote, Kwame Ture, I love and respect him forever, B. And Donnie Williams wrote, I haven't seen the film. I would like to view it. I think some people might find it online. Eric B just wrote, Farrakhan is pseudo, and remember, he told a bunch of black folks in the video that black people are cursed, and that's why we have kinky hair. I played it already, But you know what? I'm going to play it again. And if there's one thing you need to remember from this video, hold on. How about how Guba Uncle Tom came on with the dignitaries at the dinner table with fried chicken and giving chicken bones to the kids underneath the table? Yes, I recommend everyone check it out. But this is what Willie D, this is what Tariq Nasheed, this is what most of the elders and scholars of the conscious community don't address. Black people being mocked, cursed, disfigured. The essence of ugliness.
So Shabazz was not permitted to stay in that area, so he took his family into the jungle of East Asia, which we now call Africa, to make a people close to nature. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, this is the origin of kinky hair, because we didn't have kinky hair prior to that. The hair on our head was like the hair on our eyebrows. The hair on your eyebrows straight, the hair on your head is not the same as the hair on your eyebrow. But the hair of every other people is the same as their eyebrow. Your eyebrow straight, your hair something different. Wouldn't you like the hair on your head to be as straight as the hair on your eyebrow? That's why you're so busy frying it. That's why you're so busy pulling it. Because your nature tells you that the kink I mean, with I'm black and I'm proud, we got to learn to be proud of kinks. Because most of your family of other black people on the earth, jet black. They didn't have no broad nose and thick lips and kinky hair. They were dark-skinned people, jet black. But they had straight hair, a thinner lip, a thinner nose. But we are marked as a different kind of black person. And we were rejected and despised, not only from the circle of the gods, but we were despised and rejected by all the other dark people of the earth. This is why today black people with kinky hair and broad nose and thick lips are rejected in every society. I want you to hear me well tonight. Yes, sir. Why are we rejected? Because the essence of beauty is in obedience and submission to God. And the essence of ugliness is when you rebel against God. And when you rebel against God, in your rebellion, you are marked with a certain mark of your rebellion, which is the disfigurement of your internal self, which manifests in the disfigurement of your external self. And this is why when you look at our people, wherever we are found on the earth, you find us either disfiguring ourselves physically because we are disfigured on the inside because of rebellion. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Wesley Muhammad calls this life-giving teachings. Wesley Muhammad, Dr. Wesley Muhammad, PhD, said that he fell in love with the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. This is some of the teaching. In the Walker Squad that died December 31st, 2022, better known as the Dagger Squad, you can look up what Dagger is or daggering is in Jamaica. I don't know why he chose that name, but the Dagger Squad, headed by Trackfield, with his bachelor's in history that nobody has seen, for which he charged $1,800. He sent an invoice. I've documented that already. Besides him being given a couple of $1 million, and he said both the statements live on air on Dougie Diamond's YouTube channel, there was a 5%er who is or was part of or a member of the Dagger Squad, close to Trackfield. Now, live on here, he obviously capped and romanticized the lies of Trackfield because those lies don't matter. Jabari's statement about a mummy, that mattered a lot for months. The double standard. Someone makes a statement publicly, it matters. Another person makes a statement publicly, it doesn't matter anymore. But that 5% dude has been saying Kemet is dead for maybe 2 years at least. Ask that 5%er what he thinks about what Farrakhan just said. Those guys are spooky. Those guys are spooky. And for those who don't know, the Nation of Islam has several gods. They don't have only one God. And I've documented that. The God that created the heavens and earth is no longer there. And they change God every so often. And they have 24 scientists, which are gods. So they are polytheists, polytheistic, for the record. Donnie Williams wrote, need to talk to Nuri Muhammad. I wonder what he would have to say. I mean, brothers and sisters, what do you think the members of the Nation of Islam would say? Even non-members of the Nation of Islam don't say anything about that. Do you think they're going to criticize Farrakhan? Do you think they're going to say, I disagree? They're not going to disagree with the teachings of Elijah Muhammad. Have you ever seen one member of the Nation of Islam that ever stated publicly that he disagreed with a single teaching of Elijah Muhammad? Elijah Muhammad said that you will never see a black president of America. What's up with Barack Obama? And if they want to play he was mixed race, he was biracial. Well, what about Father Muhammad? They said that his father was black, so he was mixed race, he was biracial. Elijah Muhammad clearly said that Father Muhammad's mother was a Caucasian woman and that his father was jet black. I don't believe it, but that's what Elijah Muhammad said. So that's called a contradiction. Elijah Muhammad said that you will never see a black president of the United States of America, and we had a black president, and his name is Barack Obama. That's called a contradiction. Now, you mentioned Nuri Muhammad. I had the video then. I couldn't find the video, but I have the audio. Nuri Muhammad is a minister of the Nation of Islam. I don't have anything personal against him. He seems to be a cool cat. But listen to what he says about people who are not members of the Nation of Islam. They're not your brothers, they're just your associates.
Hell, y'all be a gang. Come on. Go ahead. Did you hear? Because there is no friends for the Muslims except for Allah, the messenger, that's right. And true believers. The rest of the Negroes are just your associates. That's right. But my friend is my fellow comrade in the ranks.
So, not brothers, but friends. There is no friends except the believers. And when they say the believers, they mean people who believe in the teaching of Elijah Muhammad. So you like to talk that brotherhood, you know. You like to talk that brotherhood, you know. The set tripping is not new. And people have the right. They can do whatever they want. You know. So it seems like nobody wants to smoke. I'm not surprised. Well, Farrakhan laugh, ha, when he asks a question. Wouldn't you like your hair to be as straight as your eyebrow? Ha ha. That's why you're busy. What? That's why you're so busy frying it. That's what he said. That's what he said. If Akon would have said that, oh my goodness, all these people would be like, well, look what Akon said. I can't believe it. But some people get a pass. Like some elders in the conscious community get a pass when they say foolish stuff. Elijah Muhammad, most people don't know this, but his mother was Japanese. That's why he doesn't really consider himself as an African. Where do you get that from? I never heard that in my life. I would rather listen to Malcolm X than Farrakhan any day. Malcolm X asked the question, who taught you to hate yourself? Well, for those who don't know, Malcolm X stated, and we have it on tape, that we didn't have kinky hair before, which is the teaching of Elijah Muhammad, the teaching of the Nation of Islam. So I will close out soon because nobody calls, but just for the record, some people might not know. Oh, wrong link. I have receipts for days. How do you think Dr. Wesley Muhammad backed down after he challenged me publicly to a debate? And I accepted, and we spoke about it on the phone. Spoke about the time period of the debate, the end of the year. Then he backed down, he ran. Trackfield is not the first runner. You have the link in the chat. What did Elijah Muhammad say? And once again, you have the speech that ended up being the book, The Theology of Time. You have the speech on YouTube. I've seen it. The Theology of Time, page 92. You will never be able to convert me. No, you should first do like the preacher in the jungle of Africa and Australia and other far-off Pacific islands, preach to the savage to hide his nakedness. This is the first preaching we give to a savage, to cover your nakedness. We don't consider Africa's people of the jungles anything for us to follow or be taught by. If you're not civilized, you can't lead a civilized person. Page 92 and 93 of the same book. If you tell me to go to Africa, I will go there, but don't tell me to go there to be civilized. I'm already civilized and I'm ready to civilize Africa. And 10 years ago, when the Amenwa Squad was defending these anti-Black and anti-African teachings of the Nation of Islam, that's when I parted ways. And later on, they attacked me, flagged my videos, flagged my accounts. I lost thousands of subscribers. I still stand firm, no matter who's supporting these anti-Black and anti-African teachings. I don't pick and choose. If my mother defends these anti-Black and anti-African teachings, I would tell her, Mother, I disagree. That's wrong. Same for my father. But some people, those people are just friends or associates. They can't even say I disagree. But then they're gonna be, oh my goodness, Akon said that on stage, they outperform us, they dance better than us. I'm offended. Oh my goodness. Let me call my lawyer. Let me call my psychiatrist. I can't sleep at night because of what Akon said. It's so horrible. And not long ago it was Sekou. What are they going to say now? Now, see this? Let's love for Africans. The same book, The Theology of Time. The Theology of Time. Page 93. We love African people like we love you in a way. Not quite as much, because they've been free and they let England, Germany, and other European people go over there and rob them, push them back in the jungle and take over their country. Can you imagine if I said that African Americans let white people do this and do that? But they might, well, this is not our land. This is not our territory. Now, there's another one I want you to see, and I see V. Bennett is on. I'm going to put you on the panel. Who are the dignified? Is it sharing? Yes, it is. Hold on, V. Bennett. I will put you on. So here, the book, The Fall of America. That's Elijah Muhammad. The dignified people of Africa are either Muslim or educated Christians. But Africa today does not want Christianity. Do not think that you will get a home in Africa after this war if you are Christian. To get a home in Africa after the war, you will have to be Muslim. Elijah Muhammad said that the end of the rule of white people will be 1913. Then it was extended, I think, up to 1919 or something like that. But I've documented that. That date has expired a long time ago. That's why some people are trying to kill him. They sold their property. They thought it would be the end. That's why he had to run and flee. So just like the contradiction of Elijah Muhammad saying that we will never see a black man as president of America, we have another contradiction with his teaching about the end of the rule of white folks. That's not being malicious or disrespectful. It's a fact. And Farrakhan lied on front of the world with that video, 28 years, what happened with Malcolm X presenting those women as wives, and I've documented already, and it's on that same link here at the bottom that you can see that those people, those women were labeled prostitutes. Actually, no, not that one. You need to click here. 120 actual facts. See? And when you click here, and I'm going to share it in the chat. You understand? I mean, they know I have receipts for days. So they will talk a whole lot of things so you don't listen to me. I bring the facts, not opinions. I don't argue, I state facts. So when you go to the bottom, actually, I think it was the previous one, and I think I went down too quick. So, bottom. Hold on. I think the newspaper is before all those quotes. Yes, it is indeed. So that's the first thing that I've given you. See? Oh, no. My bad. Hold on. Going too fast right now. So, yes, Elijah Muhammad teachings. Okay. So, once again, that link here, that same link where you have the quotes. Okay. So, it leads you to this. You have all the parts, all the quotes. You scroll down, and there you have the newspaper, September 11, 1964. That minister called Isaiah Kareem out of Baltimore. He wrote, and those two prostitutes who accused the messenger of getting babies should hang their heads in shame for the rest of their lives for putting out such lies on the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Here the messenger has been ill for the last 2 or 3 years, sometimes too weak to get out of bed, and yet they accuse him. But 28 years later, the same women who were labeled prostitutes became wives. And all you people went saying jack about this great lie to tarnish the legacy of Malcolm X. Shame on you weak dudes. Shame on you weak dudes who can't even say, I disagree. That's wrong. You are groupies. You are groupies. That's what you are. The man was dead. And what did he say about the man when he was dead? What did he say about the man when he was dead?
Yeah, I love Elijah Muhammad enough that if you attack him, I would kill you. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. And I'm not a killer. But neither are you. But if somebody attack what you love, each one of you in here would become a killer instantaneously. Am I lying? Mother, let somebody look like they're attacking your child. Here's a woman who fought a bear because the bear snatched her baby. And she ran the bear down, screaming until the bear dropped her baby. Love casts out fear. We don't give a damn about no white man law when you attack what we love. And frankly, it ain't none of your business. What have you got to say about it? Did you teach Malcolm? Did you make Malcolm? Did you clean up Malcolm? Did you put Malcolm out before the world? Was Malcolm your traitor or was he ours? And if we dealt with him like a nation deals with a traitor, what the hell business is it of yours? You just shut your mouth and stay out of it.
You just shut your mouth and stay out of it. What the hell business is it of yours? And frankly, it ain't none of your business. When you attack what we love, they portray Malcolm X as the aggressor, as the attacker for speaking. Woman filed paternity suits. Why did he didn't murder the woman? No wife. If they were his wives, why wasn't it stated in the paternity suit? Why one of the women at least was put on isolation for adultery? Where's the logic here? How can a wife be charged with adultery with her own husband? Where is the logic here? So there is a lie here. It's obvious. It's wrong. But they're portraying Malcolm X as the traitor, as the attacker. You know what they say. Malcolm went to the white press and he talked about Elijah Muhammad. What about their own newspaper where we have Malcolm X as a cartoon, the drawing decapitated and his head bouncing while it was the message there? Oh, that wasn't the white press. It was the black press. So that makes it right then. Weak dudes. Groupies. No respect. Can you imagine if I talk like that about somebody that passed? You heard Reggie when he was trying to act like I was talking about his parents. And he told me, F you, F you, F you. What does he have to say about this? Was Malcolm your traitor or was he ours? Weak dudes and groupies. So from now on, we're going to have to come correct and just simply ask, what is your stance about people who teach that we are marked disfigured? If you agree with it, cool. Do your thing. I don't agree with it. We are incompatible. That's a proposition. I'm not saying you should insult, disrespect, or fight anybody. But damn it, we are in 2023, and it's obvious that we cannot accept any anti-black teaching that says that black people are marked and disfigured because we rebelled against God. That's the same as the curse of Ham, the Talmud version, because on the Bible, the curse of Ham or curse of Canaan, that's a light version. All these people criticizing the curse of Ham, the curse of Canaan, but when somebody says it, maybe because it's FBA, or maybe because they are known for putting the murder game down, all of a sudden people don't hear anything now. They don't see anything now. Hear no evil, see no evil. They're not offended anymore. So Tariq Nasheed and Willie D, let us know if you guys are hypocrites or if you will address that. And Killer Mike can do the same as well if he hears this. There's no obligation. They don't owe me anything. But I'm just saying for the record, that's what you're promoting to the people. I mean, does the Ku Klux Klan teach that black people are marked disfigured? Do they even teach that? Oh, it's not the same. The Ku Klux Klan kill black people. Well, the NOI kill black people. The NOI members kill black people too. Now, they probably didn't kill as many, I give you that. But dang, how long are we going to dance around this issue? Marked and disfigured because we rebelled against God. And this is the origin of kinky hair, because we didn't have kinky hair prior to that. There's no way you can dance around that. You cannot buck dance around that. But you're too busy want to go at Seku? Is this mental illness? Is this hypocrisy? Dr. Wesley Muhammad, PhD in Islamic studies, back down. That's my level. And that was a decade ago that he backed down. V. Bennett, I'm going to put you on. Feel free to speak, brother.
Yeah, what's up, Shaka, man? How you doing, bro?
I'm chilling, brother.
Can you hear me? Oh, okay.
The sound is nice.
Yo. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't have my headphones on, man. I had to scratch them today, But listen, brother. Listen, I wanted to say, first of all, I'm proud of you, man. Also, your family and everything, beautiful family, your daughter. It's good to see a black man doing his thing at the same time with his family and his arms, man. So I just wanted to say big up to you for that, as a brother, you know what I'm saying? I know what it's like to I have kids. I have a daughter. I have daughters. I have sons, So bless y'all. But yes. But yo, that comment, the marked and disfigured thing, I think it speaks to the crux of white supremacy. That comment is like at the root. That's marked and disfigured by God. Isn't that exactly what the Catholic Church was promoting? And You know, all of these, colonizers and the crusades, and not just the crusades, but the caliphates and all of this stuff, right? But look,
brother, hold on.
the
I'm sorry, but I would like to
yeah,
interject. That is self-hate
okay,
teaching, and if somebody says it's white supremacy, I don't disagree. Now the
right,
cows, COWS, Black
yeah,
Authority, with his avatar of Eldridge Cleaver. Eldridge Cleaver, who was a rapist, he confessed to that in his book Soul on Ice. He practiced on black women, then he raped. He practiced on black women. Then he moved to. He practiced raping black women before he went to rape white women. And he went to jail for that, but he was upfront about it. So those guys who talk about white supremacy, why aren't they addressing that? Non, non, Meroud, je n'aime pas ça. Arrête, Meroud. Fais attention. I'm sorry. Why aren't they addressing that? Why they're talking
right.
about white supremacy? Why is it that they are not addressing that? So Rick Nasheed
Yo,
talked about suspected white supremacists and all this stuff. Why isn't it addressing that? We have a huge hypocrisy, but keep going, brother.
I agree with you 100%, but I would say this type of stuff is gaslighting. You know, it's open gaslighting. That's what I would say. So that's why you don't get the response from the people it's being directed to, because they've been gaslighted. And when you've been gaslighted on that scale for such a long time, you learn to shut your mouth and keep it moving. You know, it's just like his words. Is it your business? That's what I mean, come on, man. That's, if you can't recognize that as gaslighting, I don't know what is. Tariq Nasheed is he's an open form of gaslighting too. But what I wanted to say about that comment also, not only is it like speaking to the crux of what we call white supremacy, what people define as that, I would say that if you don't speak up against it, are you marked and disfigured? I mean, are you saying you're marked and disfigured when you don't speak against it? I mean, that's what I think. I mean, people might want to think about that. It's like with these kind of things, psychologically, politically, you have a simple choice, and it's yes or no. Are you for it or are you against it? And when you don't understand how simple that is, something is not right with your mentality. And that's obvious. Something's not right. Something's not right there, So, I mean, it's too bad. Well, people are gaslighted, brother. And they say if you look into gaslighting, it's mental violence, right? So it oppresses people. People just take it. They just take it over and over and over and over, and they won't fight back, because it's from how gaslighting works is it's coming from a person of authority that they revere. Just like
Yeah.
a pimp and a prostitute. A prostitute has to revere the pimp, the man, in some way to go for all of that abuse. And those people are generally sex workers. I'm sorry about that term. Sex workers. They generally fall for this kind of abuse, and it becomes very difficult to speak up against it or identify, because they come from a place of missing love anyway. So that's how those kind of people slip in under the guise of caring about you, loving you, going to take care of you, having all the answers. And then they beat you down, and they're the ones that's robbing you and victimizing you. So, yeah, man.
Yeah, I agree.
Also, there's these threats, these open threats, like you showed, this mentality. That's, if you ask me, that's reminiscent of mob mentality, where you incite people to commit things. I mean, he's just openly inciting people to kill. That's what he did, and there's nothing. All I could say is thank God for my
Hold
father.
on,
My
hold on,
father,
hold on, hold on,
yeah,
hold on,
yeah,
brother
go
V.
ahead,
Bennett.
brother.
For those who don't know, Farrakhan wrote that Malcolm X was worthy of death. All right. Now there's Ava Muhammad. I think she passed away recently. She was a lawyer, but there's an article, you can look it up, when she was breaking down what he said. A man such as Malcolm X is worthy of death. She of death. She has a whole article about what he meant was blah 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 blah. Malcolm X was still alive. Farrakhan wrote that Malcolm was worthy of death.
They had Malcolm's head bouncing, decapitated on their own newspaper, you know. And then, oh, I don't have anything to do with this. Wasn't me. It was the CIA. It was the FBI. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead, keep going, brother.
Oh well, I was gonna say, I agree. I follow you, bro. And but I was gonna say also, and then there's the added element of, there are literally people afraid to speak up. I mean, there's people that have seen examples of what happens when you speak up, So there's a generation of people that have gotten used to that, and people don't speak up, and young people don't realize how, or I won't say all young people. It's just what we see on the net, man. I wouldn't even categorize some of the conscious community as real representatives of the African American community or people. They're just kind of on their fringe, just like the what do you call it, Black Hebrew Israelites. You know what? They're all on the fringe. They're all on the fringe. What do they have in common? They taught for a long time not voting, but they speak about the white man all the time. And see, those are like empty words at this point. The white man, the white man, the white man. I mean, how many times are we going to say it? Huh?
It's a niche. It's a niche,
It's in,
yeah. So people, if you don't know, when it comes to business, you're looking for a clientele or a niche, So some people might be into food fetish, or some people even eat feces. You know what I'm saying? There's not many people into that, but
you
there's a
know what?
market for that because some people do that. But keep going, brother.
Yeah, well, to me, it seems almost like distraction, because if you ain't going to do nothing about it, then why are you talking about it? And
But
they
you know
talk.
what's, I'm sorry. You know what's funny? This guy, Garfield Reed, said publicly that he was convicted twice for sexual misconduct, and when he was asked about debating Chris MVP Harris, he was like, "Oh, I'm offended. I'm in Africa. I do the work." So sometimes I'm like, what does it have to do with the debate? You know what I'm saying? And sometimes if you criticize those people who teach that we are marked, disfigured, they will be like, "Well, what do you do?" Oh, for 40 years, he's been struggling, fighting for our people. Oh, for real? Making speeches, getting paid thousands of dollars for making speeches at church.
Right.
Some people are just groupies, and like you said, some people are scared. Now, if you're scared, get out of the kitchen. Or like Ice Cube said on his song featuring Lil Jon, if you're scared, go to church.
I mean, Shaka.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
We witnessed. I mean, I wasn't alive. I was born like a year after that, something like that. A year or two after that. I'm born in the 70s, right? 1970. But there's people that, I mean, Malcolm X was openly murdered in the most horrific way. And when you are a community, not only that, Martin Luther King murdered in the most horrific way. And when you have leaders like that have been murdered, that has essentially, in my opinion, that has been what shut down a lot of things for African Americans. And what came after, it's ironic because COINTELPRO, as the theory goes, the open theory goes, they were out there destroying Black revolutionary groups or groups fighting for justice. And they was really serious about it. They had all the weight of the government behind them to exercise what they wanted. And it's just so odd that, this group hung around. NOI. It's just so odd, because you would think, okay, if they were really a threat, why weren't they destroyed, completely decimated?
Well,
like the Black Panthers?
I don't necessarily agree too much with that. Many people say that, but what's for sure is that we have some anti-Black statements, and it's a doctrine, and it is claimed that it is divine, that it is from God because we rebel against God. See, here we have White Tolbert who put a quote of Neely Fuller Jr. If you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you. Neely Fuller Jr. apparently is still alive because here we have a Blog Talk Radio program, and he talks about here. You see that the counter racist code with Neely Fuller Jr. January 10, 2023. So I don't know if he is still alive or not, But what do you think about this, Neely Fuller Jr.? What is your stance on Farrakhan teaching that we are marked, disfigured, and the essence of ugliness and all that? All those guys talk a good talk. The cows, the black authority, Neely Fuller, you know what I'm saying? What is your stance on Farrakhan saying that black people are marked and disfigured? You talk all that good talk, but now what is your stance on that? You know, I mean, it's getting ridiculous at this point. Now, every white person is a suspected white supremacist, right? Unless stated otherwise. And Dr. Cress Wesleyan, you know, she really looked up to Neely Fuller Jr., you know? She's no longer there. I cannot ask her. But Neely Fuller Jr., if you're still alive, would you mind stating what your stance is about this statement, about us being marked and disfigured? So basically, any white person is a suspected white supremacist. You have a lot of white people who will marry black women. You have a lot of black men who will not touch a black woman, or they will not touch a dark-skinned black woman. But you have many white folks who will marry black women, dark-skinned black women. You know what I'm saying? But any white person is a suspected white supremacist. But the black guy, the FBA guy who says that black people are marked and disfigured, no criticism about that. And I don't even hear the Ku Klux Klan teaching that. There's a huge problem here. But feel free, brother V. Bennett.
Well, I don't know if Neely Fuller would exactly agree with any of that stuff Farrakhan is saying.
Yeah,
But
but brother,
he
I'm sorry to interject, but I want him to be on record. Now, I want all those people who claim
oh,
to
I
talk
get
for
you.
black
I
folks,
get you.
and including Dr. Claude Anderson, because they might be like, oh, well, I'll talk about economy. I don't talk about this stuff. You know, this is politics. Oh, this is religion. You know, now, from now on, I want all the people who talk for black folks, all the so-called black leaders, to speak and say what their stance is. Do you agree with that? Do you support that? That's how it has to be. That's how we will progress, you know. And the people who tell Africans go back to Africa, we're gonna have to ask all those leaders, all those scholars, do you agree with that? Do you support that? So that includes that Rikeri Amen, that includes Dr. Mario Biddy, that includes Professor Smalls, Professor Jeffries, all those people. Mfudishi, Jehutimes, I want to know where you stand. I want to know what your stance is. You know what I'm saying? Reggie the Elder, 56 or 57 years old, who dealt with ASCAC, who wrote with Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, he's telling an African brother that he has no standing in the community, that he's an outsider, that he should speak to his people, while Reggie will speak to his own people. You know, I want to know what your stance is. Now it's been going on for too much, you know, and I'm sorry, brother, but we have to be clear. We are not clear. We have this melting pot. One guy teaches that we curse. One guy teaching that it's cool to have sex with 12-year-old girls as long as they are their menses. Some people teach in the street publicly in front of cameras that you can snatch a woman and rape her because that's in the scripture, and yet those people don't speak out on this. But when a white dude is going to do something, oh, look at what white dude did. But I know, feel free, Bennett.
Right. Yeah. I understand the frustration, brother, and I share it with you. You know, I don't know, you know, if that call is really gonna do anything, but you never know. If you don't make it, you don't make it, and that no one will make it, you know. So that it's good you making that call. But it's going back to going back to Nelly's work, right? It's like a lot of his stuff that he writes, there's loads of people that exhibit every day, including Farrakhan, that they don't read Neely Fuller, you know, his works, because I mean, he says some profound things. And number one is like, don't mock white people. They're highly organized. He wrote that in his book. And it's like, so when people go out and they're like, the white man, that sounds to me like, you're just kind of like, why would you do that? You know, because if they are serious, first of all, and highly organized. And if you're not highly organized and you're not serious, shut up, basically, because it does no good, you know. And these proponents in our community, you know, they don't seem to get that point from him. But you know, but I get you. Everybody should. If I was on my dying bed, I was a scholar, and I know some myself. I don't talk about them, but openly, because that's personal. You know, that's personal, right? But but I do. But
Yeah, I mean,
you know,
anything that's not public, you know, you could say it's personal, you know. But those guys are speaking publicly, and you know,
well, you know
Neely
what?
Fuller,
I don't wear
you know,
those scholars I don't wear the scholars that I met on my shoulder. You know,
I
it's
know,
like, that's cheap. To me, that's just cheap.
I know,
You know what I'm
I
saying?
know.
Because their family, you know, they're black brothers and sisters. So on that note, we're not supposed to wear those kind of things because they're obligated to be all of our brothers and sisters, and they try. And so why would we openly speak that way about them? You know, but
Yeah, I know.
if you
But
read their work and
mhm.
you respect their work, you might be able to get something from some of them. But look at what we do, man. We want this mumbo jumbo. We want the religious promise. You know, we're
But
still looking for the religious promise. You
brother,
know,
even
there's
if
no
it's religious,
promise.
even if it's religious, people are free to choose whatever religion they want. My problem is the cultural
No, but I
appropriation.
mean, in these groups use the idea of religion to
Yeah, well,
preach these
yeah, it's
kooky.
true. It's true because he says, Farrakhan said we rebelled against God, and that's why. I mean, the title of the lecture, if I'm not mistaken,
That's
is
right off the
obedience is the
plantation, yo. Can
obedience
you
is the highest
imagine?
form of sacrifice. But check this out, brother. Neely Fuller, it
Yeah,
has a compensatory code, right? That's how it is called.
right.
And I think that's
Yeah,
why
yeah.
Tariq Nishi gets a code
That's where
from. You
that
know what I'm
quote
saying?
came from.
So this code, they like, we heard Tariq Nishi talking about Umar Johnson.
Oh,
All the
Tariq
terms that he used.
abuses that concept.
Yeah,
He
there it is.
abuses
So
that
it's
concept.
those things are talking points. When it suits them, they would say, "Oh, you have to be on code. You're not on code." Neil Fuller, I heard him saying, you should not talk bad about another black person publicly. You should not snitch on black people. He said so many things, but those guys, those are just talking points. What about Farrakhan talking about Malcolm X when he was dead? Frankly, in none of your business. Did you
Right.
teach Malcolm? Was Malcolm your trader? Was he on code then? You know what I'm saying? So those people are hypocrites. Those people are hypocrites.
Well,
And this
you don't know,
anti-African,
but
hold
Shaka,
on. The
Shaka,
superior feeling. Hold on,
okay.
wait. This,
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, but please.
No,
The
go ahead.
superior
Go ahead.
feelings, I've seen it 10 years ago. I went through that. You know what I'm saying? Now, they talk about the white man, like you said. Now, if the white people do something wrong, you have the right to talk about it. You know what I'm saying? But to make fun of the people who have their foot on your neck, it's a bit funny. But they
Yeah,
talk about white people. Yeah,
exactly.
we have Arabs and Asians. They are white skin, but for a strange reason, the white skinned person in America is a white man, and they talk about him. But the white man who is in Asia, he's a brother. So they would say brother Gaddafi. Malik Zulu
And you know what?
Shabazz.
And you know
Hold on,
what?
wait. I
You know
want to
what?
finish with that, please.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, yeah.
Malik Zulu
Sorry.
Shabazz, who is a lawyer. No worry, brother. I mean, there's something I really want to get out of the way. I really want people to think about it. Malik Zulu Shabazz, who was a chairman of the New Black Panther Party, who glorified Osama bin Laden. I've played the video already. Then he backed down in front of Geraldo, the white journalist, but that's okay. Everybody is free to change their stance. He recanted his statements live in front of Geraldo, but Malik Zulu Shabazz said he said during a intervention at the radio that Gaddafi is a black man, just like Kaba Booker T. Coleman said that Saddam Hussein was an African man. So Gaddafi is a black man, not just a brother, but a black man. So I mean, that's weird. Obviously, what do they talk about? They talk about the transatlantic slave trade all day, every day. Farrakhan once in a while might talk about racism in the Arab world, but that's about it. Farrakhan is on tape saying there's no slavery in Sudan, and that's a time before South Sudan existed as a country.
Facts.
I mean, historically, to say there's no slavery in Sudan, and that was like, I mean, I've played it. You can look up, Shaka Ndugu came and check in Dr. Weston Muhammad. He's there. But, feel free, brother. Feel free.
Wow. Yeah. Because the problem with this conversation is every point you touch on, I want to say something about, and then you bring up another fact. But yeah, man. What can I say, Shaka? I mean, it's just I would say this when you think about the leaders, though. I mean, I'm not trying to persuade you on anything, but it's just my thinking. You don't know how many of these people. You don't know if any of them been threatened. You don't know if any of them feel threatened. I'm not saying all of them, but you don't know because that's the reputation of the NOI coming out of.
Brother. I agree. It's a
circles,
reputation, but
So
at this point it is speculation. And if they are
Oh,
threatened by the
it's
NOR, yeah.
it's not only speculation. It's not
Well,
only
well, okay,
speculation.
okay.
I mean,
Let me put
they
it like
have
this. If okay, in presuming that they have been threatened, now have they been threatened
not
because
the
they spoke
leaders
out about?
though. I'm not saying those leaders. I'm not saying the leaders though.
Okay,
You're
you're
right.
saying
I'm
just
not
normal
saying the
people, right?
leaders.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
saying normal people.
they have that
Okay,
reputation. Yeah, yeah.
okay. Now, but let's presume that
You know,
the
when
average
members
man,
leave and stuff
yeah,
like that.
yeah. Well. I mean, no, it's like it's kind of. I mean, people
I
are
mean, you
pressured to
read
sell
some
the
of them.
newspaper. Yeah, they're pressured to sell the paper so much that they actually buy the papers in bulk, the final call,
I
and try to
mean, you
sell them.
know,
You know, they are indebting themselves, but it's not the end of the world. Nobody's forcing them. You know what I'm saying? But in presuming that some people were threatened, I don't think it's because they spoke out against what Farrakhan said about us being marked and disfigured. But if they are threatened by the NOR and then they are silenced, what are they going to do with white supremacy?
oh, you know
If
what
the
it is?
NOR
You know,
scares you so much that you are silent, you might as well just be silent forever. Don't continue to talk about the people. Malik Zulu Shabazz has put a post, and I think I have the screen print somewhere, where he put Far Muhammad. And he said something like, I'm paraphrasing at this point, all praise is due to him. And Far Muhammad is a white dude. So they're talking black
yep.
power, and their God is white. So when we talk about white supremacy, on the one hand, they're teaching that we are marking disfigured black people, that is, right? Marking disfigured, the essence of ugliness, but their God is white, and yet they claim to fight white supremacy. Now, with Tariq Nasheed, we'll address this. We'll really did address it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, come on now. The dude is white. Now, hold on. Some people have never seen Far Muhammad. Some of you have never seen Far Muhammad. Let me show you Far Muhammad. I mean, are you kidding me? But all of
He's
this gets a
beautiful
pass.
too.
Hold on. You never seen Far
He
Muhammad?
don't have kinky hair.
Oh, he doesn't. He doesn't. This is Far Muhammad. This is Far Muhammad. You see? Now,
No
this is a
thick
picture
lips.
when he was arrested and interrogated. You know, this one looks better. I don't even know if it's really a picture or a painting. You know, they didn't have Photoshop back then, but that's the guy there. That's Far Muhammad. That's the God of the nation of Islam. They say that he's Allah. Allah in the person of Master W.D. Far Muhammad. And
Shaka.
then those guys are going to tell us about white supremacy when they have a white God.
Hey, Shaka.
I mean, yeah, go ahead, brother.
Is he, look at his face. Is he marked and disfigured? I mean, does the audience in the chat, do you think this guy on the screen looks marked and disfigured according to Farrakhan's description? You know, big nose,
According to the
big lip,
nation of Islam's
kinky hair.
doctrine. You know, it's important to
Right.
stress that.
Okay. Yeah.
Farrakhan said it, but
Right.
he only articulated the doctrine of the nation of Islam. That's what he did.
So that their leader doesn't look, their founder doesn't look marked and disfigured. So
Apparently
those
not.
rules don't even apply. He must be good. He must be doing well. Is it, you know, because the disfigurement is not there. He didn't rebel against God, basically, according to the Nation of Islam. That's basically what this says to me, you know, unless all of a sudden they're going to have pictures of him having kinky hair and big lips and a big nose.
And, you know, they've been teaching that the white man is the devil. Now they use the term enemy. It's more diplomatic. But their God's mother was white. And I remember Dr. Wesley Muhammad, PhD, on the radio trying to break down how his mother was stripped of her devil. Basically, she got a pass, you know. And I remember
Whose mother?
Far Muhammad's mother, Baby G.
Oh, that's what they say.
Elijah Muhammad has thought that, you know, she was stripped of a devil somehow, somewhere. I don't have the exact quote, but Dr. Wesley Muhammad, you know, expounded on that. I have so many notes I could look for it, but, you know, I don't want to be too long. But I mean, whether she was stripped of a devil or not, she was white. You know what I'm saying? So the
Yeah, and according to their doctrine, she's a devil, I guess, right? Maybe.
you
I don't
know
know.
what?
Is
Hold on.
that in our doctrine? I don't know.
No, she got a pass. She got an exception. You know.
Okay.
So hold on. No, it's not that one. You know what? I'm gonna look for it now. It's on. It's on now. We're gonna quote the doctrines now. We're gonna quote the doctrines now. It's on now.
It's on. Let's talk about white supremacy. It's on now. So now let me share my screen. Share my screen. All right. So the Book of God, page 281. Fard's mother was a Caucasian woman raised under the law of Islam in Azerbaijan, a country in the Caucasus region of Eurasia. Her name, according to tradition, was reportedly Baby G. Baby G. Well, you know, they argue, oh, it might be Baba G, but Baba G is a term used in India. Dr. Wesley Muhammad himself tried to explain why her name will be Baby G. Baby G. That's not that's not a Muslim name. That's not a Muslim name. How is she called Baby G? How could she be called Baby G? So Dr. Wesley Muhammad, PhD, in trying to explain that, went on about, well, you know, in India they have a term Baba G, a term of respect. But if that's it, that's India. What about Mecca, Arabia? Because for people who don't know, the nation of Islam teaches that Fard Muhammad is from Arabia. I mean, his father. Well, even Fard Muhammad himself, you know. And what's the name of Fard Muhammad's father? Alfonso, from the Quraysh tribe, the tribe of Prophet Muhammad. How are you going to be an Arab man and your first name is Alfonso? Right? Hold on. Let me see. I don't know if I will have the quote here about the devil. Hold on. I might not have it here. I don't want to spend too much time, but I have the tape somewhere of Wesley Muhammad explaining how she got stripped of her devil. That's how he articulated it. She was stripped of her devil. She got a pass. She got an exception. There's a tape of Khalid Abdul Muhammad who said that, you know, he's going on about the doctrine, and he's saying that, you know, I think that's the tape where he went at Farrakhan, you know, because Farrakhan would not holler at him after he was silenced for teaching the Nation of Islam doctrine, but it's the manner in which he said it. He said he never got a letter from Farrakhan when he was shot down like a dog. He was trying to get back in the nation. But then hold on. So he said if Fard Muhammad's mother was there, he will escort her out. He will be polite. Because he said Fard Muhammad taught that the white man is the devil. And that's the Nation of Islam doctrine. It's not my doctrine. I'm quoting their doctrine. And he went on about saying Fard Muhammad didn't say all white people are devil except my mama. He didn't say that. You know what I'm saying? So the doctrine is erroneous. The doctrine is spooky. And it's been going on for a while, unfortunately, because some people are weak, and they accepted anti-black and anti-African teaching. They accepted an organization that called for the death of Malcolm X. Some members were involved in the assassination of Malcolm X. Haven't you noticed Wesley Muhammad's book has not been released yet? Maybe they realize it will be a bad look to try to revise history. They lied on him, saying that he was wrong about the wives. They became wives like 3 decades later. But we have some weak dudes who accepted the anti-black and anti-African teaching. They accepted all these things. You see? See, Wapfong wrote, Baba G is auntie in Urdu. But, you know, auntie is like in Africa, you know, we say, you know, tonton, tontine. It's like, you know, uncle, auntie, you know. They might even say papa, like, you know, father, like baba, or mother, mama, you know. Those are terms of respect. So it can be the auntie, or it can be somebody that's just older than you, you know. But that's Urdu. Urdu is Pakistan. That's India, you know. So I mean, it is clear and obvious. Paul Guthrie was right. But then, for a strange reason, when Jabari talks about his experience about thinking that he heard a voice, it's everybody's business. But when Farrakhan says that we are marked and disfigured,
We don't hear them. It is ridiculous. We have to come to terms. What do you stand for? Young man, young woman, what do you stand for? Do you accept anti-black and anti-African teaching? Do you support the dude and that's what he's been teaching for years? Okay, fine. Do your thing. Keep going with the white supremacy. I'm not supporting white supremacy. The irony that we have all these people who specialize and made a living out of talking about white supremacy, yet they don't speak out about white supremacy taught by black people. In this case, Farrakhan. Those guys are hypocrites. They are weak. They are cowards. That's what they are. It is a contradiction. It is oxymoronic. How many years they've been talking all that talk? How do you justify somebody saying that black people are marking this figure and this figure? There's no justification for it. So that's my proposition. My proposition is ask, do you agree with that? And do you support that? Do you support this man? Do you support this organization? Because that is what they are teaching. As simple as that. But because some people have the FBA mentality, they're going to use that and say, we are all that we got. CMB, we all that we got. This guy is not FBA. He's trying to devise us. That's what they're going to try, but they can try it again. They tried 10 years ago. They looked ridiculous. You know, and if they want to try it again, then let them try it. I stand firm on what I'm saying. There's no justification for Negrophobia. There's no explanation for it. So Tariq Nasheed, Willie D, Killer Mike, what's the guy's name? David Boehner, you know what I'm saying? And all the people that I mentioned, all the people who talk that black talk. What is your stance on that? This is anti-black. There's no way around it. Riza Islam, who was accused of rape, then he got married. Looks better. He looks better. You know, those guys telling you not to get vaccinated and all that. Okay, fine. You don't have to get vaccinated if you don't want to. Everybody's, you know, so many people pumping up Riza Islam, you know, who is a Scientologist. Even Scientology is cool now. I mean, their doctrine is spooky enough, and they have to ally themselves with the Church of Scientology. So that gets a pass. But what about well, he's a member of the Nation of Islam, so he will not criticize this doctrine. You know? So I think from now on, I'm going to say the white supremacist conscious community. I think that's what I'm going to say now. Go ahead, V. Bennett.
You know, it's interesting because that judgment that they make, you know, it's not what you said, it's the manner in which you said it, right? I mean, well, that's ironic that Farrakhan gives judgments like that, because look at the things he said about Malcolm X, and he got a promotion after Malcolm X, after the, you know, all of this stuff. I mean, you know, it's like he becomes the leader. So how do people follow it? It doesn't seem like those same rules apply to him, actually, you know. And I wonder how the members, you know, think of Khalid Muhammad. You know, you come up in an organization, or even think of Malcolm X. You come up in an organization, you believe it's the truth, you believe it's the most important thing to involve yourself in. You give your life to it. Then you find out that the leaders don't follow the rules. You know,
brother, there's somebody, I don't know if it's true, but he claimed that he witnessed Far Muhammad slapping Malik Zulu Shabazz. Now, Khalid Abdul Muhammad is asked about Farrakhan scolding Malik Zulu Shabazz. And Khalid Abdul Muhammad said he didn't like it. He didn't like it. And it was about the Million More movement, something like that. And apparently it was like, you know, who the hell are you to do this? Like, you know, I'm the one who started this. And when we look at the video of John Henry Clark, they explained that it was a collective effort, and then they went at Farrakhan, but, you know, he got most of the shine, and, you know, it is what it is. So mainly, basically, Farrakhan is best known for a march. Those guys talk about, oh, you know, marching and singing, you know, that's what he's best known for. You know what I'm saying? But Malik Zulu Shabazz in front of people, and I don't have the tape, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if it exists. You know, those people know what's convenient to keep or not. But just like a child in front of everybody. But that's black power. The same now, some people may have never seen Malik Zulu Shabazz
praising Osama bin Laden. Those Asiatic black men are special. Because remember, Toha Kabe said that Osama bin Laden was melanated. He said that Saddam Hussein was melanated. If you listen to this Asiatic black man, you will you will sound strange.
Can I
mean
say
this, man.
something? Can I
Just
interject?
hold that thought, please. I want people to see
Yeah.
Mali
Okay.
Zulu Shabazz as the leader of the new Black Panther Party, the Black Power organization, praising a white man.
Come on. I don't care too much about anything but Almighty God these days. Come on. Let's talk about this brother.
Yes, sir. Come on.
Because he's a bold man.
That's right. Yes, he is.
Let's talk about this brother.
Alhamdulillah.
Sheikh Osama bin Laden.
That's right.
Mr. bin Laden. Got to give him his respect.
Got to.
He's not bowing down today. Ain't see him cutting the tap dance.
That's
the monkey dance. Today in the world, Mr. bin Laden is standing up.
That's right.
There's a man born over in Arabia that's standing up and he's bringing reform to this world, Mr. bin Laden. Well, you're not supposed to say these things about him.
Come on with it.
I thought I had free speech.
Come on.
Mr. bin Laden, Al-Qaeda, the Taliban. I don't know whether Mr. bin Laden had anything to do or not with the September 11th attacks. I don't know if I can trust these tapes that the government puts out.
Come on.
And they want you to hear the whole tape allegedly where he confesses, but the other tapes that he puts out, you can't hear those tapes.
Check it out.
I don't know about believing in the credibility of a government that puts out false information and knows how to fix up the videos and
that's right
with the tapes and make
it out.
appear that they're saying. I don't know if I can trust J. Edgar Hoover's people.
Come on, that's right. Ain't no way.
There's a Muslim that is standing up.
A Muslim, a
and
true
for those who say he's not a Muslim, I tell them to please shut your mouth.
That's right. Shut up.
Because when Mr. bin Laden speaks, he speaks from the Quran and the Sunnah. And logic and reason.
That's right.
Those are his 4 points. The Quran, the Sunnah or the Hadith, and what? Logic and reason. Let's give him a hand, man. God is the greatest. If the enemy hates him tangentially,
that's right.
Logically,
check it out.
Mathematically, he's your friend.
That's right. Come on.
Huh? If he got Bush shook up,
got him shook up.
Huh? If he got Bush shaking and quaking, if he got Rumsfeld shaking and quaking, he got to be some kind of friend of yours or mine.
Check it out.
I don't care what you say about him, man. His name will go down in history because he will not die a punk.
That's right.
He will not die like some kind of sissy standing up.
That's right.
In the name of God.
In the name of Allah. Allah.
God is great.
So, why Talbot? If you don't mind, feel free to ask Neely Jr. What his stance is about Farrakhan teaching that we are marked disfigured. I'm just curious. Feel free, V. Bennett.
Yeah, yeah, brother. Those are some that just watching that video is so sad. But I would say this, there's, when people talk about agents and things like this, it's important to understand there's different kinds of them. They don't all operate the same. And some people, some agents, from what you can read about this stuff. So sometimes, there's some that are very direct, and what you're doing. The person that they're getting to start some movement or create some chaos, they can directly influence them. But then there's others that are indirectly influenced and don't even realize it. They're just puppets for something bigger, and they don't realize it at all. And if you think about the past movement of the 60s, the government, the federal government, it was really working very hard to associate black movements, social movements, with communism as a means to be able to attack them later and use that as an excuse. And for me, this seems remnant of something similar. Like, why would he want to associate African American struggle with a person that the U.S. government is calling a terrorist? You know, now that I find very strange.
That's the religion,
Because
brother. They share the
if
same
you
religion. Malik Zulu Shabazz is a Muslim.
well, the United States of America is having a reckoning, and it's having a racial justice reckoning, you know, and at the heart of that is also African Americans. They're not only African Americans, but at the heart of that, it's African Americans. So everyone knows it's coming. Something is coming, you know, politically. But when that thing is coming, and then you see, if you were a white supremacist, what would you rather see? Would you rather see reparations and organized things going straight to the legal structure and people all being on one page? Or would you rather see stuff like this if you were a white supremacist? Because I would argue that a white supremacist would like to see what Malik did. He would love to have Malik do that and go around and do this thing promoting Osama bin Laden, because it would make it easier for that white supremacist to point the finger at him and people like him and say, see, they're terrorists too. You see? And so I think this is a case of us being puppets.
And you know, I don't think a white supremacist will mind if they see fire can teach that black people are marked and disfigured because we rebelled against God. I don't think they will
Exactly.
mind. But you know, the good thing is that, you know, that's going to be the title for my next live stream. I don't know when it will be, because, you know, I have some reading to do for my studies, but it will be white supremacist conscious community. That's what it will be, you know, because those people have been trying to avoid this for too long, and you know, that has to stop now. That has to come to an end. Anybody that talk about black people, about African people, and they don't state their position about teachings that says that we are marked and disfigured, then they have to step out the way, because this is not a one-off. That's their doctrine. That's what they've been teaching for so long, you know. And this has to stop. Those people act like they are strong, but they are weak. They are weak. If you cannot say, I disagree with that, I do not support that, then you are not in a position to be a so-called leader or activist, you know. I mean, some people might say I'm tripping, but that's the direction that I'm going to take. From now on, I want people to speak. Anybody that claims to be a black activist, a black leader, a black freedom fighter, you name it, you're going to have to state publicly what your position is about this teaching that black people are marked and disfigured because we rebelled against God. The essence of ugliness. You're going to have to speak on that. You're going to have to. You know, I don't know about any other organization, black organization that teach that black people are marked and disfigured. Do you know any, Brother V. Bennett? Do you know any other black organization that teaches that?
Hell no, I don't. Excuse the language, but I absolutely don't. And it's like, you know, the problem with that kind of statement is it almost takes the cake. I mean, you know, you start thinking that the Hebrews are problematic with their language, right? But then when you hear this one this one speech from Farrakhan, oh my God, it just takes it a step. It gets too descriptive, you know. But again, I don't want to make it seem like they're really different, because at the end of the day, for me personally, all of these things are rooted in something something that has never been pro-African, pro-black, if you want to call African that, right? Pro-African heritage. It's literally been anti-African, you know, and from the conception, pretty much. Not the conception, but politically, it's been used as a tool for our enslavement. Physically, you know, from the Inquisition time, right? What's the time frame for that? So, I mean, what is that? The 1400s, 1500s, right? Inquisition and all of that start happening. What? But it's like man,
I don't know exactly, but yeah.
It's so sad that we don't learn the lessons from our history, because this is almost like a repeat in every way. It's these aren't new tactics being practiced against us. These are like the same old tactics, I believe, and so that's why I personally, can't mess with any of that stuff. I mean, my father was definitely not for the NOI, and he saw them as being totally clumsy, harmful, and maybe at worst part of the strategy to harm Black people. You know what I'm saying? And there's a lot of African Americans that have always felt that way. Can you imagine what it feels like to be a Black man and you find out that the Nation of Islam is saying you can kill their leader, you can kill African Americans leader, Malcolm X. Malcolm X wasn't just a leader for the Nation of Islam. He was a leader for Black Americans, Black people around the world, people
They
all over
didn't
the
say that.
world fighting
We
for
have to be
freedom.
careful because they're gonna pick one thing and they blow it out of proportion. They did not say that. Did not say it's okay to kill black leaders. They did not even explicitly say it's okay to kill black folks. I mean, some of their members just did it. You know, you know. But
Right.
I just want to show you something.
While
Mhm.
somebody gave a speech about, they give speeches and they release news articles about, oh yeah, I mean, come on, they admitted they created the environment. You see what I
But
mean? That's the
Farrakhan
very
has
least, right?
stated that he has created the atmosphere or environment
The
indeed.
atmosphere,
When
something
yes, when he
paraphrase.
was in front of Malcolm X's daughter, he could barely look at her in the eyes, and to me that speaks volume. But
And
when
then
people
you
do
see
something,
Malcolm X die after. Then you see him die.
yeah, well, he
And
wrote that
it's
Malcolm
like,
was worthy of death. That's what he wrote. You know what I'm saying? But
right. And there's a lot of African
of
Americans that
mm,
remember that. There's a lot of African Americans that were alive when that happened. And
yeah,
right then and there, they dropped the NOI, period. They
yeah,
dropped
but
it. How can
yeah,
you
yeah,
roll with something that kills a man like Malcolm X
yeah,
or,
but then
or
there was a meeting.
adds to it?
Then there was a meeting
You
in
know,
March, and it's like, oh, this was forgotten. And some people you will bring that up, they're like, oh no, not that stuff again. This this weak dudes. If it happens to the family members, they would like people to speak about it. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of people are like that. They talk that black talk, but anything that doesn't happen to them or their family members, it's okay. It's personal. It's between you and him. It's between you and them. Now you see here, White Talbot. I don't have anything against you. You're welcome here. I don't mind if people disagree with me. But why Tolbert put that message here, then that message here, then that message here? But it's possible he or she had to go. Right? But Avatar would say she. It's possible she had to go. She couldn't stay there. But all those messages here, white supremacy, we are at war. And then when I ask her, can you ask Neely Fuller Jr. what his stance is? And I made a mistake with is. I was supposed to put is. I put his. Regarding Farrakhan teaching that black people are marked and disfigured because we rebelled against God. And now there's no more answer, you know. But I'm not making any accusation. That's how it's going to be for a long time. That's how it's been for years. Some people get a pass because of their status. And this is a cult like behavior. This is a cult following. When somebody, because he's a leader, will say some of the most anti black stuff ever heard in the history of humanity, and he gets away with it. He's not even criticized for it. But when a white dude says something, they're going to run their mouth. That's hypocrisy. That's ridiculous. So those so-called black leaders, a lot of them are just weak and cowards and opportunists. That's what they are. That's what they are. And once again, all those people who criticize Akon over dancing, over music performance, shame on you, hypocrite. Shame on you, weak dudes. Shame on you. You made a whole fuss. You made a big deal about Akon talking about on stage the performance is better from Africans. And I'm paraphrasing. But here's your leader who says that black people are mocked and disfigured, and you little mouses are not saying anything. You're not saying anything. You are weak. That's what you are. And that's not African Americans. That's anybody that accepts those teachings.
You are weak. Some people just follow people for the sake of it. You know, you have some people in Africa, they love to follow Americans so much, even if it's disrespectful towards them, that's what they do. People respect money and power. Some people are just like that, you know. Some people, and in France, we have a lot of people. In France, they do follow what comes out of America. The linguistic gymnastics that comes out of America, they repeat it and act like they are speaking high science. And we have this vicious circle. Even people who plagiarize when they are from America, another like Reggie, 50 plus, is going to say, oh, he's courageous. That's a mess. That's a mess. I mean, in terms of ideology, it's messy, marked and disfigured, black people, that is. In terms of science or scholarship, we heard all these allies in indigenous African God, allies in the Egyptian text. The English word fly comes from the Middle Nature word keper, and all this kind of nonsense. Hebrew is an African language. Hebrew is cognate with Yoruba. And still we have some people defending that stuff. So the scholarship is whack. The ideology is whack. But that's the conscious community. That's black power. It's messy. Somebody got to say it. It's messy. And I didn't just say it today. I've been saying it for years. Linguistic acrobatics and linguistic gymnastics is not a science. We have people who like allegedly going at pseudos, and they are pseudos themselves, and they're defending pseudos themselves. One thing that they have in common is that they agree with this anti-African sentiment. It's a shame. But I know they are not all like that, because no matter what, I've been saying it for years, the people who support me the most are African Americans, what we call African Americans. And it's been like that for years. And I'm honored, brothers and sisters. And I'm glad and I'm proud, brothers and sisters, that you do support me. You've seen that I've been consistent over the years. 18 years I've been consistent. Thank you for your support, brothers and sisters. Some truth needs to be said. It might be inconvenient. It might be uncomfortable. Some people say truth hurts, but some truth needs to be said. And if I talk about some ladies, please don't be feminist. Oh my God, you talk about a sister. Because if there's a new rule where we should not talk about a person because she's a woman, then let me know where that rule is, from when it applies, and how long it will apply. Because when it suits them, they quote female scholars. You know, the majority of those black leaders are weak and hypocrites and cowards. But let's say weak, because they're going to say, oh, he's going at everybody. He's talking about everybody. That's why those people say, he's talking about everybody. They think that when you are pro-black, that you're supposed to agree with every black person. Let's agree to disagree. Oh, you're teaching that we are marking disfigured. Oh, it's okay because you're fighting for the struggle. What is the struggle? Putting Osama bin Laden's poster and saying, let's give him a hand? That's the struggle? Saying that Osama bin Laden was melanated? Saying that Saddam Hussein was melanated? Saying that Gaddafi was a black man? Saying that Saddam Hussein was an African man? Those statements were made publicly. Now, I lost accounts, so I don't have all the tapes. I might have them in my archives, but those statements were made publicly. Some of you have heard them. So I've heard those statements. I mean, the things we hear, man. The things we hear, man. No wonder people laugh at us. Do you hear these black folks with their leader and teach that they are marked and disfigured? They're going to fight us. They're going to fight white supremacy, and they teach that black people are marked and disfigured. Oh, they're making fun of us, but we have our foot on their necks. Oh, look, there's an African who told them that they have no power, but they're going at him. But the guy who teaches them that they are marked and disfigured, they're not saying anything. Man, I didn't even know they were that much of groupies. Can you imagine a conversation? I don't live my life wondering, what do they think about us? But dang, that's a bad look. That's a horrible look, man. But they're busy saying, oh, Jabari spoke to a mummy. How ridiculous. And that's a lie. But marked and disfigured, that's not a lie. We have the tape. But they're not saying anything. Weak dudes. You guys are weak. You guys are weak. Wake up. You don't have to remain weak. You can stop being weak. I'm not asking you to fight anybody. I'm not asking you to insult anybody. Just let it be known. What is your stance? If you want to give somebody a pass because of his status, then it's on you. We should not accept anti-black teachings. Now, FBA will accept anti-African teachings. It's on them. But if you're a black person, why would you accept anti-black teachings? There's no justification for that. Now, Severin Cornelius wrote, you have to play that Farrakhan tape. Well, I'm going to play it for the last time. And I'm going to call it a day because it's going to be 3 hours. So let me play it.
So Shabazz was not permitted to stay in that area, so he took his family into the jungle of East Asia, which we now call Africa, to make a people close to nature. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, this is the origin of kinky hair, because we didn't have kinky hair prior to that. The hair on our head was like the hair on our eyebrows. The hair on your eyebrows straight, the hair on your head is not the same as the hair on your eyebrow. But the hair of every other people is the same as their eyebrow. Your eyebrow straight, your hair something different. Wouldn't you like the hair on your head to be as straight as the hair on your eyebrow? That's why you're so busy frying it. That's why you're so busy pulling it. Because your nature tells you that the kink I mean, you know, with I'm black and I'm proud, we got to learn to be proud of kinks. Because most of your family of other black people on the earth, jet black. They didn't have no broad nose and thick lips and kinky hair. They were dark-skinned people, jet black. But they had straight hair, a thinner lip, a thinner nose. But we are marked as a different kind of black person. And we were rejected and despised, not only from the circle of the gods, but we were despised and rejected by all the other dark people of the earth. This is why today black people with kinky hair and broad nose and thick lips are rejected in every society. I want you to hear me well tonight. Yes, sir. Why are we rejected? Because the essence of beauty is in obedience and submission to God. And the essence of ugliness is when you rebel against God. And when you rebel against God, in your rebellion, you are marked with a certain mark of your rebellion, which is the disfigurement of your internal self, which manifests in the disfigurement of your external self. And this is why when you look at our people, wherever we are found on the earth, you find us either disfiguring ourselves physically because we are disfigured on the inside because of rebellion.
Now, maybe it did not play too well at parts, but for the record, I'm putting Farrakhan anti-black speech. Now, all of you have social media. We have 40 people online. Feel free to share it. You have the link there. It's on YouTube. It's easy to share a YouTube link. This video should go viral. Don't bother about what people say or think or do. 40 of you here. You have a voice. You have a brain. Feel free to share it. Whether you agree with it or not, and I'm sure if I ask who agrees with it, nobody will say, I agree with it. If someone agrees with it, press 1. That's a positive. Now, whoever disagrees with it, press 2. And if you agree with it, I don't mind staying a little bit longer. And you can come on the panel and explain to us that you agree with that. Now let me look at the chat. If you agree with Farrakhan's anti-black speech, press 1. If you disagree with Farrakhan's anti-black speech, press 2. V. Bennett put 2 in the private chat. Now don't tell me you're so scared that you don't even type 2 when most of you are anonymous and unidentified in the chat. Okay, there it is. That's what's up. So it's going to appear in the StreamYard. It appears first on YouTube, but in a few seconds I will be able to show you what the people say. Man to son, 2. Shenji Kem is greeting me. Severin Colin is 2. Andrea Brunet, 2. Stefan Pascal, 2. Militant Bro, 2. We don't have any 1 so far. But that's the supreme wisdom. But some people, man, they'll be facing some NOI people. Well, you know, if you look at the etymology of the word mark, you know, I'm saying, you know, you have the prodigal son, you know, I'm saying, you know, he did some wrong stuff, but he came back, you know what I'm saying? You can't be wrong, but you can't be marked and disfigured, but you know, what is it, the ugly duck? We have a story about the ugly black duck or something. I don't know if how you call it. Let me see how you call it in America. I mean, in English.
Ugly duckling.
Okay. In French, yeah, le vilain petit canard. That's how we call it. Le vilain petit canard. So it's the ugly duckling in English, you know. So it's some sort of ugly duckling story that you have. Some more too here, you know. Nikki really wrote, the more I hear this recording, the angrier I get. So some NOI member is going to be, if you look at the ugly duckling, he was ugly first, but you know, then he became. What's the justification? You know? But all your leaders, all your black conscious community leaders, PhDs, master's degrees, bachelor's degrees, activists, I haven't heard them. So at least, brothers and sisters, share this link. When I shared it years ago, they flagged it. Copyright claim, Final Call Inc. 1,000 views a day, 1,000 views a day. After 4 days, 4,000 views. They made a copyright claim. That was like a decade ago. 1,000 views a day was a lot. Now it has changed. So at least make this video viral. If you don't want to use your current account, create a new account on all those social media. Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, Twitter. Create a new account and share it. But if you're not so scared, if you're not so scared, so scary, life, Eddie Murphy, Martin Lawrence. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. I have a lot of movie references. At least share this. You don't want to support me, you don't want to make donations, at least share this. Is free of charge. Because I haven't received a single cash app. I haven't received a single PayPal. It's fine, I ain't gonna die. Some people will say, oh, he's using this to make money. This video is not monetized. I said it, you know, just like I said for other videos. So forget about this. This video here, your consultation now, your mission, brothers and sisters, is to share this link on all your social media. Many of you have a list of people on WhatsApp and you share stuff that you find interesting. And a lot of time, let's keep it real, you share jokes. I've been sharing this. Sometimes they delete my message. On those black groups on Facebook, on black pages on Instagram and TikTok. They deleted, they diss me. I cannot do it all by myself. So your mission, brothers and sisters, is to share that link here just as it is. If you want to use a different title, use a different title. Share the link, brothers and sisters. Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, even MySpace for those who still use it. Some of you are on Clubhouse. Share that link. Let the people know about this. Some people don't even know about this. They're shocked and surprised when they hear about this. But you know the reflex when it's somebody that you've been following, you want to defend. Just like with Kwanzaa. A lot of people didn't know that he tortured black women. A lot of people didn't know that he plagiarized a Jewish holiday, Hanukkah. So the first reflex is, oh, well, you know, I've been celebrating it for years. So, you know, I got to defend it. It takes time for them to process, and eventually they're going to come along.
This is anti-black. Does somebody want to argue that this is not anti-black? You're welcome. But the Nation of Islam members will argue that. They're going to make some phone calls today. They're probably going to try to attack me. It's fine. They've done that before. They can do it again. Truth is truth. If you stand on truth, you're good. Will they kill somebody to say, well, okay, that was wrong. We're not teaching that anymore. Or that's what our leader was teaching, but we're not teaching that. I mean, it's going to be difficult to defend that stuff. It's going to be very, 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 very difficult. It's going to be hard. It's going to be awkward. It's going to be a laborious task to defend this anti-black speech of Farrakhan. Some will say that's out of context. Tell them, please, my beautiful brother, please, my beautiful sister, can you play it in context since it was out of context? There's no getting around that. It's 2023. Some people say, man, shut up, shut up. I'm saying, man up or shut up. Do you have manhood? What do you think about this? Do you agree? Yes or no? That's it. That's it. I don't want to hear no long speech. Do you agree? Yes or no? Do you support that? Yes or no? That's how we get the lames out of the way. Some people are bored, brothers and sisters. They are bored. They live their life, you know what I'm saying, chewing on multicolored private parts. A lot of time more non-colored private parts than others. Then when they finish paying their mortgage, when they live their whole life safe, away from the struggle, now they want to talk that black talk. And you ask them a question, well, how do you define support? You're asking me if I support that? How do you define support? What's the meaning of support according to you? Sometimes very quickly you can tell that some people are on some BS. Now, you see, Alfat wrote, I've been sharing this. The reason NOI is silent on Islamic slave trade, and he wrote they don't consider themselves Africans. Understand, brothers and sisters, it's not about Africans, it's about black people. This link here, Farrakhan anti-black speech, he's talking about black people. He said, we are marked. Thank you, Terrence, for the cash app. I appreciate that. He said, we are marked. So they're not even going to try to say, oh, actually, Farrakhan was not talking about us. He was talking about Africans. Because even if they were to say that, it sounds bad. But that's not the case. It's about black people. It's about black people. Oh, thank you. I've received the cash app. Thank you. Oh, the PayPal? Okay, it's going to refresh. Well, it's going to refresh, but I haven't got it yet. But, hold on, I'm refreshing the page. Well, sometimes on Cash App, actually, on PayPal, sometimes it takes a little while for you to get the notification. But I'm actually going to log in just to confirm that I got your donation. People teaching you that you are marking this figure, then you support them financially. You make them rich. Yeah, I've received it. Salut. That's French for salute. My brother, Arafat, up on the comments. I received your PayPal. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, brother. You make those people rich. Some people say, oh, it's spitting in my face. It's spat in the face. The guy is literally telling you that you are marking this figure. That's what he's telling you. And Terrence sent me another cash app. He wrote the first cash app. He wrote, for Shaka, you got kids, teach and get money. Second one, what message did he leave? For people love drama, unites with the info we support. That's the information. I mean, it has to stop. It has to stop. I want to know where you stand. Here is an anti-black speech. If it's not anti-black, then feel free to just explain to us how it is not anti-black. Do you agree with it? Do you support it? Some will say, well, I don't support that speech, but I support the man. I support the organization. I support the movement. It's going to be funny. It's going to be crazy. Well, so many people are not members of the NOI and they defend it, you know, to the T. Well, in this case, then just join your organization. You know Professor Grief. Do you know Professor Grief, brothers and sisters? Did you know that he threw shade at John Henry Clark, Dr. John Henry Clark, in defense of Farrakhan? Professor Grief, public enemy. He was kicked out of public enemy, and he tried to make people think that he was not kicked out. Was he on code when he spoke about D.L. Hewley? Was he on code? Let me share the link. Let me share the link. Got the link when he talks about D.L. Hewley. Now, I wish I can find the one about public enemy, but I think I uploaded it on a different account. So I will play Professor Grief talking smack about John Henry Clark. Yes, that's what they do. The dude waited for John Henry Clark to die before he addressed him. He had all his lifetime to talk about him. Ever since, I never looked at Professor Grief the same way. Ever since. Ever since. There was a video where he was. I think Vlad made a copyright claim actually, on the video about Public Enemy. Well, he was acting like he was not kicked out of the group. And I showed two statements where he contradicted himself. Professor Grief was most known for his horrible accusations. And you know, the Alex Jones brothers, the David Icke brothers, when they hear claims that are not substantiated, but it sounds good, then they follow. Oh, yeah, you know, that's how it is. You know, the elite, that's what they do. So I'm gonna go in this order. We're gonna listen to this video that made Professor Grief well known on the internet. Two known drug dealers. Back then, I had shared the National of Islam. I invited Frank Lucas. But that's good when it's Frank Lucas. So those guys have to sacrifice family members. Every time some family member die, then it is a sacrifice. How does he know? How does he know Jay-Z paid him off? Who told him? Who gave him the 411? So Jay-Z knew about it. He paid them off. And in return, they gave him Rockefeller. How ridiculous and silly statements made publicly. No responsibility. Nobody else will pay them off. Only Jay-Z got to pay them off. Everybody else have to lose a family member. Some people will say Aaliyah was sacrificed. All the stuff that cannot be proven, cannot be substantiated. You love to live in fantasy world and science fiction world. But let me play Professor Griff talking smack about John Henry Clark. You might want to put your volume up, brothers and sisters, because the quality is a bit low. That was from a radio interview, probably Blog Talk Radio. Um, I don't exactly remember where it was, but I think it was a radio interview. He had a radio stuff, Serious Minds or Serious Radio, whatever. But anyway, you might want to put your volume up. You might want to put some headset, but you can still distinguish what he says. I'm going to mute my mic and play.
So Shabazz was not permitted to stay in that area, so he took his family into the jungle of East Asia, which we now call Africa, to make a people close to nature. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, this is the origin of kinky hair, because we didn't have kinky hair prior to that. The hair on our head was like the hair on our eyebrows. The hair on your eyebrows straight, the hair on your head is not the same as the hair on your eyebrow. But the hair of every other people is the same as their eyebrow. Your eyebrow straight, your hair something different. Wouldn't you like the hair on your head to be as straight as the hair on your eyebrow? That's why you're so busy frying it. That's why you're so busy pulling it. Because your nature tells you that the kink I mean, you know, with I'm black and I'm proud, we got to learn to be proud of kinks. Because most of your family of other black people on the earth, jet black. They didn't have no broad nose and thick lips and kinky hair. They were dark-skinned people, jet black. But they had straight hair, a thinner lip, a thinner nose. But we are marked as a different kind of black person. And we were rejected and despised, not only from the circle of the gods, but we were despised and rejected by all the other dark people of the earth. This is why today black people with kinky hair and broad nose and thick lips are rejected in every society. I want you to hear me well tonight. Yes, sir. Why are we rejected? Because the essence of beauty is in obedience and submission to God. And the essence of ugliness is when you rebel against God. And when you rebel against God, in your rebellion, you are marked with a certain mark of your rebellion, which is the disfigurement of your internal self, which manifests in the disfigurement of your external self. And this is why when you look at our people, wherever we are found on the earth, you find us either disfiguring ourselves physically because we are disfigured on the inside because of rebellion.
All right, so I have my other computer, so hopefully the sound will play this time. Let me check that you can hear me first of all.
Of your because
First of all, I have my other computer. Sound works. So now, oh dang, I have to share it. So let's do it together. Go there. Go Griff. And there you have Professor Griff talking smack about John Henry Clark. I'm going to put the title and the link in the chat, so you can also share that on social media. See, some people, they like the music, and because they like the music, they want to defend everything. I used to like KRS-One when he was asked about the Afrika Bambaataa rape scandal, and he replied that he doesn't give a F. It's hard for me to listen to KRS-One, you know. So I'm sharing this in the chat. And Nicole, thank you very much for the cash app. I have received it. So you have the link in the chat, but let's listen up, and hopefully it will play.
I wanted to question Dr. Clark and his position on why he kept blasting Minister Farrakhan. But he passed on to the ancestral realm, and I never had a chance.
Hold on. I don't hear any sound. So what's happening right there? Hold on. I'm going to go on my other PC. I'm going to mute my mic and see what's going on here.
Chance to question it. I can question his philosophy and his
That was on my end, it's because of the headset. So please, if you hear the audio of Professor Griff, press 1. That's a positive. If you don't hear it, press 2.
I wanted to question Dr. Clark and his position on why he kept blasting Minister Farrakhan. But he passed on to the ancestral realm, and I never had a chance to question it. I can question his philosophy and his doctrine now to those people that still hold dear to his teachings and discuss it with them. I don't consider myself African. Africa is a landmass, and it's a title not even created by us as a people. As Dr. Ben teaches us in his work, we were called Africans by the Greeks. So I just want to kind of put it out there before I deal with some of these people. Why should I call myself, because I live in Atlanta? Am I an Atlantean? Is that not cheap? Okay, let's roll it back a little bit further. I don't vote, so should I call myself a Democrat or a Republican? Okay, what else are these frivolous damn titles? I guess I'm in America, so should I call myself an American? Now, am I not deeper than that? Okay, so let's roll it back. Let's go further. I'm on Earth. What am I? Should I call myself I don't know. So you follow where I'm going? Right. Okay. So now let's get real deep, and then let's go speak to some of these people. We used to start this interview over, and I said, and you said, well, today we're about to speak to Professor Griff, Minister of Information from the rap group, socially, politically, consciously driven rap group, Public Enemy. Griff, how you doing today? And I said, wait a minute, let's back up. Let me introduce myself. I'm God having a human experience called Griff. So if I say that and mean it, and I practice being God every day, as the scripture teaches, we are all gods, children of the Most High God. Are you following me? Why would I cheapen myself by calling myself an American, African, and all these other titles and labels that we put on ourselves? What higher honor can I bestow on this brother and you and these brothers here? And when I see the God, I greet him as a God. Do you understand what I'm saying? So all these other labels and titles, they don't really mean anything to me. They're probably different aspects of me that are on the fringes of what I am, but those things are cheap, man. For you to call me African, Dr. John Henry Clark, is cheap. For you to tell me that I'm not black, that I'm African, no, that doesn't speak to the essence of who I am. I can roll out a timeline and show you in ancient Kemet and pre-dynastic Kemet, Africa was nowhere in the picture. We didn't call ourselves African. African is a Johnny-come-lately new term. For me to be naming myself after a landmass, the whole earth was called Ethiopia and Asia. So Elijah Muhammad came along and said, no, we're the Asiatic black man. But then even at the end of that lesson, he said, we're gods of the universe, man. Are you following me? So don't cheapen me, man, with these. But that's just a philosophy that Dr. John Henry Clark came across with, but I totally disagree with. Now, what movie came out with this information in it?
Now, at the end, you hear him talking about some movie. It gets things mixed up. You know what I'm saying? It's just amazing. But J. Heru wrote this is sad. I didn't know he said that about Dr. Clark. Jabari actually said that I am one of the most dangerous brother online because I would tell people, you said this, here's the video. I've been online for a long time. 18 years. I had plenty of accounts deleted. Now it's a new day. It's different. I have 20,000 subscribers. They're not going to delete my account like that, Back then I had less subscribers, so I guess, they were tired of getting all those complaints, and they were like, okay. But now it's different. I'm here to stay for a good while now. And I'm talking about my channel, my YouTube channel. It's no wonder I'm inconvenient to those people. I'm not slandering them. I'm playing what they say. That's direct quotation, direct citation. That's what they said. I didn't say, they said it. Now, you heard how we spoke about John Henry Clark. The Asiatic black men seem to have a habit of talking bad about people once they died, like Farrakhan did with not only Malcolm X, but with Khalid Abdul Muhammad, when he talked about a feminine side almost. And when also there's another video I have it on my channel where he talks about Khalid being abused as a child. Now, will Professor Griff tell Tariq Nasheed that it is cheap to use the term American, black, foundational black American? Will we have a case of double standard? That's what they're good for. The double standard. Because when he was talking about John Henry Clark, he said that it was cheap, right? So why isn't it is not cheap when Tariq Nasheed uses it? Those Asiatic black men, we heard the minister of the Nation of Islam say that the rest of these Negroes are just your associates. You have no friends except the believers. That they would talk the black talk and the black love and all that, while saying that you are marked and disfigured and the essence of ugliness, but ultimately the rest of your Negroes are associates. I've played it for those who just arrived now. Sturgy wrote, lost sheep. Imhotep 360 wrote, you always have the receipt, Shaka. That's why they fear you. Donnie Williams wrote, he's just trying to ride for the minister. That's what they do. This FBI being going, yes. You heard what he said? He said he doesn't consider himself an African. But then he's like, Elijah Muhammad told us that we are black men. How are you going to say that I'm not black, but I am an African? So he embraces the term black, but he doesn't embrace the term African, supposedly because it's a Greek term. All those Greek stuff that we heard from the Moors forever. So many of the words we use are derived from the Greek. And people act like those people are deep. Oh my goodness. All these so-called conscious are the worst ones. Tariq Nasheed race pimping them with that FBA BS. Normal folk are the real one who get down. He used to be a FOI. I'm sure he called himself an Asiatic black man. I'm sure he called himself that. But one of the last time where I saw him, he was doing libation. Libation is not an Asiatic move, it's an African move. They'll use Africa all they want when it suits them. Shame of you for talking like that about Dr. Clark after he passed. That we're supposed to believe that he never had a chance to ask Dr. John Henry Clark about his statement, about him blasting Minister Farrakhan like he said. Farrakhan blasted black people when he said that we are marked and disfigured. That is not a problem to Professor Griff and all the rest of the Asiatic black men. Greeks named the land Ethiopia. His logic. A week ago, Unc was saying peace and black African power. Now he has changed. He didn't say just a week ago. Unc's been saying it since 2010. Amen was squad up. The greeting was black African power. I was there. A lot of people know I was there. Over a decade ago, that's how we used to greet. Unc will go off if people disrespected Africa back then.
He changed and he has a right to change. I disagree with his new stance. I have love for the brother. He involved himself a lot. You know, I respectfully disagree with his new stance. He's not the first one who have that stance. Sekou moonwalked on them. He did. And that was a bad look. So now they are trying to, do some attacks and get other people to dislike the dude. Just like they have tried to do with Jabari and the female cat in their crew, trying to ridicule Jabari because allegedly he spoke with a mummy. But you know that I've played Farrakhan talking about he heard a voice and he had a vision because Jabari never spoke to a mummy. Jabari thought that he heard a voice. Jabari talked also about having a vision. Farrakhan talked about the vision that he had. I played it. Some of you are sleeping, actually. Some of you are actually sleeping on the videos that I'm putting out. You're too busy want to look for Yahweh and El, who got so drunk that he fell in his own dung and feces. That's what you love. Because some people told you, this is God, this is God's word, and you believe it. But we're going to find some clarity through the confusion. You're in here listening to debates about theology. Not a single artifact. They're not showing you any artifact at all. So you got a problem with Africa, but you don't have a problem with Ethiopia. Those are talking points. Those are the weak dudes of the conscious community who control the narrative until now. But because some people like the songs and they like the two-step in, and they're like, oh yeah, fight the power. That's it. They're happy. They're happy. Imhotep 360 wrote a couple of weeks. Oh no, I've read that already. Stoji X wrote, if we had power and when we do get it, you will see people trying to be African then. People respect money and power. Yes, I can co-sign because I know Shaka since Block Talk days. Body Onk, Lord Abba dozens of times back then, mid-2005. Greeks called Ethiopia land of burden faces. They didn't have a name. Imhotep 360 wrote, the only power Onk is saying they have is to sell dope to their own people and join religious cults. That's the power blacks in America have. We'll have to cheer. It's very delicate at this point. They will use that against us. Khalid Abdul Muhammad's son is a millionaire. Very successful. He helped Malik Zulu Shabazz to release the book entitled The Book of Khalid, which is a biography of Khalid Abdul Muhammad. You know? Jay-Z, that many people claim is Illuminati and blah, blah, blah. He paid the bail of some protesters during some of those movements for black people. A lot of people talk smack about Jay-Z, making so many accusations about Jay-Z, but Jay-Z never said that black people are marked and disfigured. Some people really got it twisted in their brain. When Oprah decided to open a school in South Africa, do you remember people in America say, well, what about us? As if Oprah never did anything for people in America. This sentiment is there. It's a reality. We cannot ignore it. So it's been 3 hours and 41 minutes. I did not expect to be that long. But for those who are not there, I'm going to share the link again. Because you have a mission now, brothers and sisters. We can change the game and we can change the world. As long as we separate ourselves from the weak dudes. Your mission, brothers and sisters, if you accept it, because you're under no obligation, your mission is to share this link. Boom. Now, Nikki, and I agree with that. When they're wrong, they will not accept it. That's one of the biggest problems that we have. Intellectual dishonesty. It doesn't kill to say you were wrong. I was wrong on so many points. It doesn't kill. So when they're wrong, they will not accept it. They will bend themselves into a pretzel to try to defend their wrong. The black movement was destroyed in the 60s by FBI, CIA because of our link to Africa. It was not destroyed. The black movement was not destroyed. But we've seen what happened with Black Lives Matter. People coming out of nowhere, and next thing you know, they're buying $1 million houses in the suburbs. And people are sad and crying. Well, you follow the trend. You did not look them up. They never forced you to give all this money. But Elijah is in the wheel, flying between planets according to their ideology. He's not dead. He become an alien. Some people did not hear that video. Just look at it's like a few days ago. Farrakhan talking about how he went on the wheel with the beam light, and Elijah Muhammad spoke to him. And Elijah Muhammad died in 1975. You know? Oh, can you hear me, brothers and sisters? Because David wrote that the audio is out. I hope I wasn't talking all this time for nothing.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, thank you, brother. Thank you. So your mission, brothers and sisters, is to share this link here. You see, Farrakhan anti-black speech. Choose the title you want. If you want, you can be slick with it. Farrakhan greatest speech or greatest speech, period. World's greatest speech. World's most amazing speech or amazing speech. Or black power. Or incredible lesson. You're free to choose any introduction, any title. But your mission, brothers and sisters, is to share that link on all your social media if you're not too scared to do so. Let me show you my Twitter, because I know the deal. I'm not losing sleep over it. Here, that's my YouTube account. You see the amount of subscribers? Now, the majority is about the Muay Thai and kickboxing and all these martial arts that I used to upload. I know that. Okay, fine. But 20,000 subscribers, soon 21,000. Now, let's have a look at my Twitter. You see the amount of subscribers? Now, abonné is French for subscribers. 295. Something is odd there. Many people have been using Twitter for a very long time, particularly in America. So they have their contacts, friends, family, and they don't want to be associated. It's cool. But if at least the 295 share this link, then it will be good. It will be good. Twitter, TikTok, MySpace, Instagram, all the social networks. Some of you have lists on WhatsApp. You have your list already. Share it on WhatsApp. Some of you have email lists or groups. Share it. I don't want to hear people say, oh, I didn't know about that. I don't want to hear that no more. So let me do a test here. How many of you will share this link? Or let me say, will you share this link, brothers and sisters? If you will share it, press 1. If you will not share it, press 2. If you don't press 2, I take it that you will not share it. How many people commit that they will share that link? V. Bennett, send me the message in the private chat. So we have 30 people online. Out of the 32, how many? Damian Gordon, Imhotep 360, Store GX. We have 3 people. Nikki Willie, 4. So out of 32 people, 4 pledged that they will share it. It's better than nothing. 5, David. 5 out of 32. But that's just a live stream. You know, it's early in America right now. Some people will watch, you know, the stuff after. There you go. One other one. And that's good. Thank you. That's what's up. I was going to go there. I just shared it. It doesn't take long, brothers and sisters, to share on your social media.
So you don't need to go up and look for the link. There it is. Boom. Now, Babylon done is in place to be. Let's be diplomatic. You know, they're going to use anything to go against us. How many people have shared the link? Except for Jeheru. Jeheru wrote that he shared it. Thank you. How many people have shared the link? Donnie Williams. So that we have 2 people who shared the link so far out of 32 people who are currently watching. And I'm happy that at least 2 people did it. Now, if you have not shared it yet, just share it now. And then come back and tell me I've shared it. Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, all the other social media that you use. So far we only have 2. It's better than nothing. We can change the world. We can have an impact on the world, really, as long as we get the weak dudes out of the way. We've heard some elders reaching their 60s not making sense anymore. It's sad, but it's life. Let's continue. And if I start losing my mind saying those things that I'm criticizing now, thank you, Damien Gordon just shared it on WhatsApp. So that's 3 people who shared it out of 30. That's probably 1%. But it's better than nothing. Where's the link to come on the panel? Well, brother, I've been live streaming for 3 hours, 49 minutes. Okay. It's best for me to end this live stream. You know, I really have some reading to do for my studies. And every time there's something important that I feel like addressing. So please don't take it the wrong way. I'll be live streaming again. I really have some work to actually submit, you know. And Stoji also shared it. So I think that's 4 people shared it, and that's what's up. That's what's up, you know. Because sometimes people are scared. They are scared. But if they see that other people speak out, they will speak out as well. And we have to speak out. And don't get me wrong, and let me say it again. I am not asking you to disrespect. I'm not asking you to insult Farrakhan or anybody else. I'm not asking you to fight any NOR members. But we have free speech. V. Bennett sent me a private message to say that he's about to share it. We have free speech. We should be allowed to talk about this. Particularly when Farrakhan spoke about Malcolm X after his death, labeling him a traitor. Particularly when we have Professor Griff who threw salt on Dr. John Henry Clark's name. You heard how we said it? John Henry Clark, huh? Come on now. You like their music? Fine. You like their clothing? Fine. You like their bow tie and bean pie? Fine. Wear it. Eat it. But we have free speech. And some would say, well, this guy is not from America anyway. Why is he talking? Hey, that's their stance. It is what it is. That's your mission, brothers and sisters. Share that link right there. If you want, re-upload it. Yes, for some who are able to take it further, re-upload it. It's 3 minutes long. The limit on TikTok is 3 minutes. Post it on TikTok. Post it on Instagram. Post it on Facebook. Post it on Twitter. Well, on Twitter, you will share the link, so it will be there. But if you want, you can upload it. You have websites to download YouTube videos. You know, but maybe that's a bit too technical. Just share it. That's a good start. Just share it. Shabaka wrote, Farrakhan haven't built anything since the death of Elijah Muhammad. Hey, there's been several campaigns to earn money, you know. Babylon Dawn is asking, Shaka Ndugu, are there any black French revolutionaries? Well, possibly. But I can tell you, like I've been saying for years, that
Frantz Fanon.
Come again, brother?
Frantz Fanon. Frantz
Fanon.
Fanon.
Well, I guess he means now.
He actually fought too, man. He actually fought in a war too, right?
Like Che Guevara, who was a medical doctor, if I'm not mistaken. But it probably means today. There probably are But what's for sure is that the French Pan-Africans, the French-speaking Pan-Africans, are defending rapists and pedophiles. Rapists and pedophiles, that's how you pronounce it in English. They are defending rapists and pedophiles publicly. That's why I cannot rock with them.
Frantz Fanon.
Besides,
Frantz Fanon.
no.
Frantz
Yeah,
Fanon.
not Frantz Fanon.
Oh,
yeah.
No, but I was gonna say Frantz Fanon. He wrote Black Skin, White Mask and The Wretched of the Earth. And they're both he was a psychotherapist, so he was talking about the mindset and the trauma, and how we live out these colonial experiences, So so he's a French Black French revolutionary in real terms, that's had an impact, a profound impact on Pan-Africans, but also African people around the world. So
Yeah.
I mean, I'm glad Don asked that, bro. Sorry.
No, it's all good. It's all good. In French, Peau Noire, Masque Blanc, and the other book, Les Damnés de la Terre. Now, I didn't read it myself. I heard about him. But yeah, he did a fair bit. Now, Babylon Don is asking Shaka Ndugu Kemet, are there any Black Asian revolutionaries that do not like Farrakhan? Now, one of these group, I forgot if it was TikTok or Instagram, but I think it was TikTok. It was a Haitian page, and I shared the link of Farrakhan talking all this stuff because they are bigging up a French-speaking Pan-African who was a member of the Nation of Islam, and I don't know if he is still now, but he even lied to the people by pretending to be an Orthodox Muslim when he was actually an NOR member, and he confessed that in his own book. And people are acting like just Farrakhan is like the Black Pope. Hold on. He's like the Black Pope in France, And I don't want to say his name not to give him any clout, but I shared that link and said, look, this is what he's representing, and this is a Haitian page, and they removed my post. They criticize me. You have a lot of groupies. Groupies are not only in America, but feel free, brother V Bennett.
Oh, right. I'm following you, but I also wanted to interject this about Frantz Fanon. His daughter is on the council for the people of African descent. That's an actual group under the human rights charters now, and she's one of the people that's responsible for that group, and they're doing a lot of work around regarding anti-Black racism in many countries, including France. She might even be living in France. I'm not sure, but she's French speaking also. But yeah, man, people should check into that group, the Working Group for People of African Descent. It's a UN group, and she's on that. But it's a lot of people that are really doing some interesting work regarding human rights, combating racism towards people of African descent, and that includes African Americans too. By the way, the UN, they were also a part of that UN condemning the U.S., saying that the U.S. has to pay reparations to African Americans. So, I mean, there's a lot of Black male and female revolutionaries of French speaking, descent. Definitely. That's all I wanted to say, bro. Sorry.
No problem. But to me, anybody that's labeled a revolutionary, same thing. That video here that I want people to share, do you agree with that? Do you support that? And that's it. And the French Pan-Africans, they don't say anything about that because they are groupies. And there's another thing I wanted to say, but I lost my thought. Because you talked about Frantz Fanon, and there's something I wanted to say. Oh yes, I remember now. If Frantz Fanon was there, I'm sure he would have criticized it. But the only two scholars, Black scholars, people who are revered in the conscious community, the only two that I heard speaking out against this anti-Black speech from Farrakhan are Dr. John Henry Clark and Dr. Ben. Dr. Ben talked about it, about Farrakhan talking about a curse, and he said sickness comes in all, and I forgot the last word he used. I shared it before, but you know what happens there? The flag being, I have to start from scratch, but I might have it in my archives. As a matter of fact, let me see if I have it now, but I don't think I re-uploaded it here. So if I put maybe sickness, let me see if it comes up. Or maybe it's on my other account. Hold on. I'm gonna put. Okay, let me try. Hold on. I'm gonna put. Let's see. Be good for people to hear it. Dr. Ben spoke out against it, but most of these people today, they're speaking out against it. So if I put. Well, what I found in the meantime is Farrakhan saying that Khalid was abused as a child. It's 5 minutes long, but I'm not going to play it. I'm going to leave the link in the chat. So a lot of people don't know that. Farrakhan stated that publicly. And he said that Malcolm X had a problem with women. I mean, always throwing dirt, always shading people who have passed away, who are not there to defend themselves. But then we don't hear the self-righteous people say, oh, if you talk about somebody, he has to be there. There it is. You have it in the chat. Arafat upwrote the reason Shaka and Sekou shook the community. They are versed in English and French. I remember Sekou brought French sources and Amara Squad started mocking him because they couldn't understand. And Arafat heard Farrakhan claiming, alleging that Khalid was abused as a child. Just because he met a woman told him that. But anyway, I'll share this. And it might be in my archives. But for the record, I have Dr. John Henry Clark talking about the Asiatic black man curse. I wish I had Dr. Ben. I'm going to play Dr. John Henry Clark because it's only 2 minutes long. Oh, I found it. There we go. I found it. And I found another one that I talked about a lot of times. So we're going to hear some news, some good things before we close out. So first, there's a link in the chat. Dr. John Henry Clark on Asiatic black man curse. I'm going to mute my mic.
In a speech made right here in New York, Farrakhan bought the story of the curse and said, and I've got it on tape, I got it in video, and I got it on audio, that people with dark skin and woolly hair, a certain kind of nose, was cursed. And that the texture of your hair and the texture of your eyebrows are supposed to be the same.
He's going to use the term, what he's saying with his high yellow self is that he's pretty blessed by God. Now, what they're going to do, oh, use the term high yellow, that's Willie Lynch, that's what they're going to do, most likely. Now we're going to hear Dr. Ben. No, not this one. There it is. Now we're going to hear Dr. Ben speaking out against this. So those are the two scholars, to my knowledge, who spoke out against. So follow Dr. Ben, follow Dr. Clark. At least you can do that. If you consider that they're looking down on us, you might be like, okay, we have some people who are not weak dudes. Here it is, Dr. Ben, and actually it should be on. Yes, Dr. Ben on Nation of Islam sickness. Let's listen up. I'm going to mute my mic and play.
The curse was stupid Negroes like Jesse. The curse was stupid Negroes like Jesse Jackson and other Sabbatarians still believe, and unfortunately, other men who now repeating what happened to Malcolm X. People who decide to say, my puffy hair, my blunt nose, my white nostrils, God give it to me so I could be in the jungle. But when I die, I'm going to get back my white color, my narrow nostrils, and my white straight hair. Sickness come in many quarters.
Now, V. Bennett, could you hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it. I can hear it.
All right. So sickness comes in many quarters. I think that's what he said. So we can applaud Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark for speaking. They were not scared, but now we have some young dudes. Some of them doing calisthenics, some of them doing martial arts, some of them doing, weightlifting. You know what I'm saying? They are warriors and revolutionaries. They won't even say, I disagree with that. But the elders, they spoke up about this. So nobody can accuse you of not following the footsteps of Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark. Some people are going to have to step out the way. They are too weak. They cannot lead. Joe, sir, it's been a minute. I hope you're doing well. Now, there's one video that I told you about a lot. Back then, I had a video. Now I have the audio. And some of you may remember me saying that Dr. Ben said he was a Jew until he knew better. Because those people, oh, Dr. Ben wrote that Black Men of the Nile in his family. No, I'm sorry. We the Black Jews. He wrote We the Black Jews. Okay, he wrote We the Black Jews, but what did he say after he wrote We the Black Jews? Here you have it in the chat. Dr. Ben was a Jew until he knew better. Let's hear it from the horse's mouth.
When I was a boy, my mother, being following the Hebrew religion, she did until she died, and my father followed the Hebrew religion until he died. And I followed the Hebrew religion until I get big enough to know better.
Greetings, I am Shakan Gukeme, documenting.
Now there's another one. I have the audio on the same channel that you seen previously, but this one was back when I uploaded it. While we are at it, I'm sharing the link in the chat. Now, what is that video? I shared it on Silent Studios. People didn't know about that one. It says, Dr. Ben, don't go to Judaism, Christianity, Islam. You see how long ago it was uploaded? 10 years ago. Now, you see the link there? That's my website. So he re-uploaded something that I have uploaded, and he re-uploaded it 10 years ago. That gives you an idea of how long ago I had uploaded it. And let's listen to what Dr. Ben said.
And for those of you who call yourself Black Jews, for those of you who are glad because you're African Jews, because you're the first Jews, you ain't shit. And I've been in that thing. Don't tell me about it. I didn't come through the back roads. I was born in it. From parents who were born in it. But it's a copy and a cop-out of the African religion, and not the religion, worship along the Nile. Go and get something new that you do and then tell me it's something unique. That go for you Christians and Muslims and everything else who take the same slave master, whether it be an Arab slave master or a European slave master, it don't make a goddamn difference. This time you get your own religion, go back to the old time religion along the Nile. It's about time that we deal with each other straight up. It's time that the jiving stop. If you say that you're African, why go? You know, if you got pea soup on the table, eat it. Don't eat the vomit. Don't eat the soup after somebody done ate it before and then vomit it. Don't go to Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. That's the vomit.
So you have the link. You can listen to the rest. This is what he said, you know. And he said it's time that we deal with each other straight up. That's what he said. So I salute and I applaud Dr. John Henry Clark and Dr. Ben for speaking out against anti-black speech. Everybody else have not spoken out about this anti-black speech. But now, brothers and sisters, you can change the game. I've shared it, and I'm going to share it again. That's your mission, brothers and sisters. You have a mission. You don't have to take up arms and go and physically fight. The struggle has changed form. It has changed shape. We can change the world. We can have an impact on the world. Not long ago, some people were acting like, oh, those channels that nobody watching. And they haven't uploaded for months now. People will try to bring you down, even when they know they are wrong, particularly when they are making money out of it. That's how it is. We have to adapt. So here, this is the link. Those who just arrived. Boom. Your mission, brothers and sisters, is to share that link. The YouTube link. Choose any introduction, any title you want. If you don't like the term Farrakhan anti-black speech, put Farrakhan greatest speech. Put whatever you want, whatever you like. Put be confession. You can do a clickbait. Do however you please. You know your audience. Now, what is it that you cannot hear, brother? Shabaka, please be specific. What is it that you cannot hear? Babylon don't. I never said that the Egyptians were Caucasians. I mean, I'm talking about the ancient Egyptians. I don't even know why you asked me that question. I don't know where this is coming from. Now I can see that there's some contention with some people in the chat, but we'll never agree with everything. But why would you ask me that question? I'm neither of. I'm not a Catholic. I'm not a Muslim. Why do you ask me? I don't even understand why you ask me those questions. So, Shabaka, please, I'm going to really end this live stream now. I was supposed to end it so long ago. It's been 4 hours and 10 minutes now. But brothers and sisters, this is your mission, to share that link on your social media. Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, WhatsApp, Clubhouse, even Twitch. That's your mission, to share one link. How many times am I asking you to do something online? Except hitting the like button. And lately, I'm not even saying it that much, How many likes do we have? 22 likes, okay? So can you do that, brothers and sisters? Can you share that link on your social media? We're going to see who is who. We're going to see who accepts anti-black teaching. Not anti-African, anti-black. And if some of you know Tariq Nasheed, then feel free to ask him the question. If some of you know Willie D, then feel free to ask him the question. Joseph wrote, sorry, brother Shaka, I just woke up and caught the end of the live, but I watched the video from the beginning. That's what's up. That's what's up. If you remember anything from this video, that's your mission. And I think I will put that in the description of the video. But I'm going to end now, because if I don't end now, I'm just going to go forever. I wouldn't mind if you make a donation. This is my Cash App. This is my PayPal. You know, I have receipts for day. I have receipts for days. You know, I've been around. Takes time, but it is what it is. Now, Babylon Dawn is a self-proclaimed Nubians. I don't think you're gonna change his stance by being antagonizing towards him. You understand what I'm saying? But you know, I can understand you can disagree, you can express your disagreement. You know, you're kind of teasing him. You know, I don't know if you realize that this is just teasing. It's not really like they're not really hating on him, but he's gonna defend his belief. He's gonna defend his stance. It's only normal. You know, it's only normal. But I don't recall Dr. York teaching anti-black stuff. You know, though he made some statement towards Dr. Ben, I did not really understand, but he mentioned Dr. Ben, and then he and a few people, and then he said these are demons, and we spoke about that with a good brother back then on the Blog Talk Radio. But Babylon is asking, are the Egyptians black or Nubian? Okay, well, you know, this is going to be endless, but let's do this way here. This is Amenhotep III, 13 circa 13th century BC, 1300 BCE, before the Common Era, or if people prefer BC, before Christ. And this is one of the most powerful ruler of Kemet, or ancient Egypt, or Tameri, because you know some people say, "Oh, Kemet." I said the Russian T. It wasn't always called Kemet. Before Kemet, it was yeah. Okay, we get it. Thank you. Yeah. And America wasn't always called America, you know, but it's okay. You know, those are talking points. One of the most powerful ruler that the empire or the country or the kingdom of Kemet has ever known. Amenhotep III, Akhenaten's father, King Tut's grandfather, and look at him here. He doesn't look Asiatic. To me, he looks black. And I'm not talking about the hair because I know what they're saying. I'm talking about his skin color, the shape of his nose, the shape of his lips. And I have so many others. Go on my channel. If you know how to search within the channel, go and type in Black Ancient Egyptians. And you also have Black Ancient Egyptians Part 2. Those are paintings from the walls. Paintings from the walls. You know? So thank you for being there, brothers and sisters. Like I said, if some of you know Tariq Nasheed, then ask him what he stands about the anti-black speech of Farrakhan. And it's not just a speech, it's actually the doctrine. It's the ideology of the Nation of Islam, as taught by Elijah Muhammad. The black people are marked and disfigured because we rebelled against God. And feel free to ask Willie D. But from now on, we're going to find out who is who accepts anti-black teaching. And we will progress. I don't think anybody's going to say, oh, it's okay to accept anti-black teaching and we're going to strive and we're going to fight and we're going to overcome. Which other group of people have anti-self teaching? Do you know Chinese people have anti-Chinese teaching? We say, oh, our eyes are like that because we rebel against Buddha, we rebel against God. That's why our eyes are like that. That's why we short. That's why some of our past are not the longest in the world. You don't hear that. You hear white people say, oh, you know, we are cursed. You know, that's why we get sunburned, because we rebel against God. So we get sunburned easily. You hear Native Americans say, well, you know, that's because we rebel against God. That's why the conquistador, the Spanish, they conquered us. That's why we lost our land. And that's why we have this physical appearance. We look red. That's why. You don't hear that. But who accepts that? Who accepts that? You know who? Some weak dudes. Some weak dudes accept that. And yet want to give lessons, want to kick it, want to teach. Ask Brother Reggie, the elder, what his stance is regarding the anti-black speech of Farrakhan. Somebody mentioned Trockfield in the chat. At least Trockfield said that he was wrong. I give it to him. I gave it to him. Now, after he said, well, I don't know if it was some type of ambush. Obviously, he was a bit uncomfortable because of what he said. But he said it because he was on the spot. You know? A lot of these so-called scholars and elders, if you ask them the question, well, you know, there's more important things, you know, say, oh, I don't want to criticize another black man publicly. Weak dudes. Weak dudes. And then you're wondering why we are in the mess that we are in? We have scholars who accept these teachings, who don't criticize this teaching, this anti-black teaching. But then they want to talk about Sekou. They want to talk about Akon. Oh, Akon said that they dance better than us and they sing better than us. I'm offended. I'm offended. How offensive it is. What about Farrakhan teaching that we are marking this figure? Oh, you know what I'm saying? You know, no, honorable Elijah Muhammad. I'm busy now. I have to go, brother. Catch you later on the mother wheel. We're going to eat some beet pies. I don't mean to make mockery of the doctrine or the teaching of the Nation of Islam. There are some good people everywhere, you know. And I respect Lance Shabazz. You know, I have his book in my bag, but, you know, my studies are the priority. But Lance Shabazz, Nation of Islam, and me, I respect this brother. He was born in the Nation of Islam. He did so much for the Nation of Islam. And he has a YouTube channel of the same name, Lance Shabazz, Lance. Shabazz is spelled with 1 B and 2 Z at the end. And for people in England or people out of America, then that will be Z. In America, you say Z. Stay safe, stay healthy. If I'm allowed to, by the Necheru, I will holler back at you. I don't argue, I state facts. If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. Do I to do a Necheru Hotep?
Now, for the record, for those who don't know, I'm giving Middle Nature classes. And here, that's the flyer. Okay? So, those who are interested, feel free to holler at me. If you're not interested, it's cool. But I recommend that everybody who has not yet seen the video, Kemet and Ma'at, Before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, then watch it. It has about 300,000 views and really deserves to have a lot more.
I just want to let everyone know who's listening in now and who's going to listen to this stream in the future. I just had my first Meta Nature class by Brother Shaka today, and I've had other Meta Nature lessons by other teachers, and I can tell you right now, the brother is the best in the game. He is that was one of the best classes I've ever had, ever. So if you're interested in learning the Meta Nature, if you're interested in getting the basics of it, Brother Shaka is an awesome teacher. Get with him, and it's extremely affordable. This brother is giving us his time and his skills, and he's basically giving it away. I mean, I just consider it a donation. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody is interested in learning the Meta Nature, get with this brother right here. He's an awesome teacher. And I'll end with that.
Hotep Senu, Hena Senut. This is Julie, also known as Servant of Yah, and I'm currently taking the Medu Neture classes with Brother Shaka, and it has been an amazing experience. Only 2 lessons so far, and I feel like I've been taking the classes for months, just with the how in depth he goes into the vocabulary words, the construction of the language, the grammar. It's been immeasurable, the experience. And one thing that comes across, hands down, is his extreme passion for teaching this to anyone who is willing to learn and has an interest in learning. So I highly suggest, if you are interested, even a minimal interest, that you subscribe to the classes with Brother Shaka. It's such a nominal amount for how much you get. I know, like, our last class was over 2.5 hours. It felt like 2 minutes, but because that's how, involved you are in what he's teaching and how he teaches and how compassionate he is about what he teaches. Also with sharing materials free of charge. No question, no doubt. It's just what he does. He doesn't have to, but he does. And so I just wanted to give a short testimonial about the class and the effectiveness of the class. And all of that is attested to how studied Brother Shaka is. So I highly recommend anyone with a minimal interest that you do sign up for the Medunetia class. Hotep.
Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, which is Ma'at Forever. Don't forget to watch the video entitled Kemet and Ma'at. Don't forget to share Kemet and Ma'at on my channel on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, or other social media that you use. Email, text messages, you name it. Those who wish to donate can do so on paypal.me/ma'atforever.